Lads, I don't know what happened. I woke up this morning and I thought, heck yeah. I'm spent all weekend recording a special project. I have been editing a non-insignificant amount, and I am down to a measly 8 hours of content that I still need to cut down. But I'm working on a side project, and I woke up this morning and I thought, hell yeah, right? It's the day after maintenance. There's more content to be done, and yet I just couldn't find it within my soul to be excited yet. So much so that we've got a few little bits and bobs with regards to what I'm trying to do with the streaming community in general that I want to chat about. And then after that, we are not going to go into DAWNTRAIL MSQ because I've got to be honest with you, a lot of the passion and joy that I felt in my heart for the first half has really just... someone was telling me the other day that you can tell which zones are people's favorites because of I say someone was telling me the other day. Like, I don't know how much of a secret it is that Bo is my, like, graphics person anymore. Bo was telling me the other day that they could very easily tell which zone was people's favorites because of the number of G-post submissions they got from specific zones. And obviously, the most recent one that we went into, Wild West Town, was very much a crowd pleaser, apparently, so... But yeah, so to get on with a little bit more infrastructural business, just because that's some stuff that I want to take care of while I have you guys here. The entire point of us trying to come up with a new name is because if I keep referring to you guys as the Gang Gang, I feel a little weird doing it. Although that is currently in the lead as the most popular choice right now at 14 votes as Leave It As the Gang Gang. The next most popular option is De Nerds with 12 votes and De Squires with 11. So if you guys are at all curious about what I'm talking about, in announcements, which I'm realizing now is a bad place for me to put stuff because I'm doing other announcements as we go. In announcements, if you scroll up a little bit, there's going to be a vote between 3 different brackets of potential new usernames that you guys submitted. I'm trying to move forward on this relatively quickly because if I let anything sit for longer than a week, my brain will forget that it ever existed. So if you guys are at all curious about the names that some of your peers have submitted, or that maybe a name is up there that you like already intrinsically and you would have suggested, go ahead and vote for that one, because I am trying to get a new community name, because the Gang Gang was a funny bit like 6 years ago before I started streaming. So there you go. People want to see me cosplay in chaps. I don't think so. Because I could tell you I'm cosplaying in chaps right now and you'd have no way of knowing that's a lie. You should have submitted delinquents. Soju, if you had submitted delinquents, it would be, listen, here's the thing. There's always next year. Here's the thing. I don't do enough everyone pings in my server. And you might be thinking to yourself, that's a good thing. That's the reason why I'm still in your server, Demeist, is because you don't ping everyone. And so sometimes I forget that it's there. I'm going to be doing a lot more everyone pings, y'all, because there are 3 things that are on my brain right now. It's Final Fantasy XIV, Project Zomboid, and also the unmentioned other project that we're going to be working on, that as we finish DAWNTRAIL MSQ and as we catch up to date with content in 14, we might be sliding in some new stuff. And let me just go ahead and tell you, yep, yeah, so you get it. And it's good to see you, Tiger Eye and Warrior Kalia. Yeah. The reason why you are hearing in the background not the amazing big band jazz of Tural, nor the like country twang of the Tural zone, is because I simply couldn't be bothered to actually do MSQ out the gate. I desperately needed to like summon some enthusiasm for the day, and that's right. The only way I can have enthusiasm for a day in Final Fantasy XIV is with literally any amount of Ishgard content. So we're going to be doing some MSQ, and then, we're going to be doing the role quests because I've got Paladin to level 100, and then from there we are going to go back to MSQ. I'm not... Only in Final Fantasy XIV can someone tell you, hey, I'm going to reuse the assets of the trolley fuckers, and then I'm gonna tell you it in a way that I expect you to be excited. Like, don't get me wrong, right? I like the reflections, they're a big deal. Like, the source and all the other shards, amazing. Wow, 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 wow. The trolley fuckers? I'm sorry, just out of all of the characters that you could have made into being reflections that we meet in Shock Tural, the guys who go, oh, I feel that would finish on my trolley. That's not even a fucking trolley. It's a minecart pushed by a giant stone golem called a Talos. Anyways, it's fine. No one else cares. But I care. I remember when you forced me to do this part of the MSQ Squeenix. I remember. Anyways, that's not what we're doing though. What we're doing today is the role quests, and then maybe we'll get back to it. You know how it goes. We're not that far behind in 14 content. I really wanted to be able to do the normal raids. I have heard so much hilarious shit about it. And I don't know if you guys remember, but when the third Myths of the Realm Alliance raid came out, we got together a full 24 to knock that out of the park. Obviously, there was no chance in heck that I was going to go through MSQ fast enough to get to the normals. But there was a part of me that wanted to, because like we already knew Arcadion, aside from whether or not there will be new Alliance raids and things like that. I'm super excited about the new field ops, right? Because field operations are some of the most MMO feeling content in the game. So again, we'll see how it goes. It is time to lick salt, exactly. If it were fine, you'd be calmer. To be clear, this is not a complaint. I appreciate the clarity, Pixie, and also, do not sweat it. If it was fine, I would be calmer, but also, let's just get into the dang thing. So, for those of you who have not been here for the role quests previously, Tentoa is what is referred to as the Wide Eye in his village in Shock Tural. That's because his village has a magical artifact from a Tural Vidral called the Cradle of the Endless. And the Cradle of the Endless is basically a device that makes it so that someone can absorb others' aether in order to strengthen themselves. And it was incorrectly typified during the start of the quest line that what the Cradle of the Endless did is that it switched sleepfulness, right? That the person who was using the Cradle of the Endless could gain wakefulness by instilling their sleepiness onto someone else. But actually we've discovered that is not the case. The Cradle of the Endless literally just absorbs their aether, which really goes hardcore vampiric on it, but we'll talk about it later. So there is another individual, Leofine, who is all now about the passage of the unbound and instilling chaos. And she doesn't have any real plan on ruining the Temple Knights or Ishgard, but she does love seeing the Knights get bad PR, because she's been kicked out of it for being too bloodthirsty, which is like 70% of all of the Knights in Ishgard, but you get it. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do the 98 and 100 quests and finish out tank stuff. I don't have enough ingredients to make Spring Dew again. We'll have to deal with Leofine before the Cradle's power returns. Spring Dew was a herbal remedy that Loazinique used to try and revive Tentoa, which succeeded. Awakened, not stirred. Okay. Alright. Okay. Tentoa appears healthier, but there is a hint of weariness in his expression. You're looking strong, Elish. While I'm not my old self yet, I'm feeling better by the day. Oh, that's right. Hold on. Still, there's much work to be done. I need to be even better than I was before if we're to have any hope of catching Leofine. I wonder what she's plotting with the rest of her cohorts. We know they aim to topple nations around the world, but this is an odd way to go about it, don't you think? Why haven't her misdeeds in Ishgard extended any farther than the Temple Knights? We've pondered the same question. Our best guess was that, as a former Temple Knight herself, she chose them because she knows how to exploit their weaknesses. She's using her knowledge as her weapon, and we need to equip ourselves likewise. If we can learn more about her, we might be able to anticipate her next move. A good plan, but I admit I have no idea where to start. Should we ask Firmalbert? I already have. He said that while he never knew her personally, the knights in our old squadron might be able to shed light on her past. Some of them even now patrol the city, and Firmalbert was a great help in telling me where they might be. You've been busy, Loazanique. Well, I can't remember the last time I was awake this long. I didn't want to sit around until I got tired again. And we're all better for it. Since you've gathered the information, it's only fitting I should do the legwork. Just tell me where these knights are, and I'll speak with them. Gladly, but Ishgard is still an unfamiliar city for both of us, right? Although Firmalbert told me where to go, the names of these places mean nothing to me. Luckily, we have Elish to guide you. You'll go with Tentoa, won't you? What? Knowing the city of Ishgard is like a unique skill or something? Wow, really? Wow, I'm so honored. Wow, me? I knew we could count on you. All right, take note of these locations. Not me constantly thinking about how frickin' Ul'dah is a larger city than Ishgard. How many Temple Knights are there that not even Firmalbert would know all of them? I can barely imagine. Being forced to work with someone like Leofine isn't a fate I would envy. I'm curious to hear what these knights have to say about her. Hopefully they provide insight that'll help guide us forward. Time is of the essence, Elish. Let's get moving. I will say, the sort of start of this quest line had a very, you know, Manderville energy to it. But I've been pleasantly surprised by the tank roll quest so far. It's been fairly unimaginative, but that being a straight shooter isn't a bad thing, right? I've heard the people of Ishgard revere a warrior guard, but here is a statue of a flesh and blood knight. I've never seen such a thing. My people make no figures or depictions of our departed, fearing that such objects would keep them from finding their way to the next world. The only idol we keep is the cradle of the sleepless, and thanks to its blessings, a wide eye has always watched over us. So our reverence is devoted solely to the narwhal. It's enough that it guides our people safely to the next sunrise. There have been some conversations about, like, have all of the statues always glowed in Ishgard and whatnot? Because, like, I genuinely cannot remember paying attention to it previously. There have been a lot of people who've been of the opinion that it always has, but it feels like something I would have noted during Heavensward. This whole city is the charge of the Temple Knights, isn't it? There's no way a single warrior could defend it. While I don't doubt their honor as a whole, it's inevitable that a rotten seed like Leofine would eventually find its way into their ranks. Until recently, I always believed our remote corner of Tural was the safest place in this world, but if danger can find us even there, I'm not sure what to think anymore. There is a part of this where I was worried about whether or not this would get us into spoiler territory for MSQ, but I feel like every role quest has been extremely well sequestered, so. All is quiet. Even so, I must remain vigilant. Leofine, huh? A name spoken of in hushed whispers now, but many have forgotten her strategic genius. She had a singular talent for achieving victory in battle by whatever means necessary. Genius? Maybe we're just too dense to see how our actions would cause Ishgard to collapse? Given that her group seems relatively few in number, an assault on Ishgard is unlikely. Rather, I think her aim is to chip away at the people's trust in Ishgard's foundation, and by the absence of a few vital bricks, bring the whole nation tumbling down. Which would be a fine plan for Leofine if Hilda's Hounds and the City Watch weren't another institution that were created. It's not just the Temple Knights. But fine. The thought gives me worry. Even now, representatives from Ishgard are preparing to visit Okvundu in the Sea of Clouds. If anything were to go wrong, it would be a grievous blow to Ishgard's reputation. As we saw at Falcon's Nest, certain elements that oppose our nation see friendly gestures as a chance to spark conflict. Given recent developments, Sir Handaloop has been debating whether the visit is a wise choice. Handaloop being the second commander, Lucia being out with the Grand Company of Eorzea, or the Expeditionary Force in Garlemald, and of course Amric, Lord Commander, now being the Lord Speaker of the Houses. The wheels are in motion, and doubtless Sir Handaloop would welcome news of potential threats before they catch us unawares. I believe he is yet planning the details of the visit at the congregation. There are a lot of side characters that were introduced in Heavensward that I feel like didn't really get their time in the sun. Partially in the sense that like the majority of Heavensward characters just weren't relevant elsewhere, right? And that's not necessarily a super bad thing. Like, I mean, we keep getting a Manalane, and like I keep wishing he was less relevant to the story. But like again, like there's like a dragoon, right, Maine, who it's a part of her job to survey the churning mists, and I really feel sad because she's like relegated to a bunch of side quests. But ultimately, I feel like what she's representing and what like her unit of dragoons are doing is like really flavorful for the overall operations of Ishgard. That being said, Ishgard freak, right? So, no, you love a Manalane? You would. Do you require aid? I must keep watch, so forgive me if I don't engage in idle chit-chat. Leofine? For her, I can spare a moment. I don't suppose you know why she was expelled from the Temple Knights, do you? While few were her equal in swordplay, and fewer still handled their mounts with such grace, she oft spent her nights carousing in the gambling halls. It was just after such a night that she fell asleep while on duty. Some may call it a cruel twist of fate, but dragons attacked her charges as she slept, and they were left defenseless. In her negligence, she was deemed to have aided our ancestral foe, and thus was stripped of her knighthood and noble title both. Knights falling asleep on duty, a story that's become all too familiar. Given what happened, I've no doubt she came to fear sleep. Yet now that she has conquered that weakness, and she wields it as a weapon against us, she may even believe herself to be beyond the reach of mortal danger. Yet she's only deluding herself, and in time shall be made to answer for her deeds. A protector knows the importance of rest, yet Leofine denied it to chase fleeting thrills until the sun rose. She's nothing but a fool with delusions of grandeur. He's your precious little brother? Okay. Man. And we're getting all of these NPCs now, huh? Heartbreaking. But it is a good point that the Temple Knights are sort of this unique position, relatively speaking. Where is this? Oh, is it upstairs then? Insofar as, like, for the majority of knights in feudal society, right? There's a very specific hierarchy. Knights actually adhere to a hierarchy almost dangerously similar to like those like multi-marketing level like schemes, right? Where they're like trying to be like, well, you just get 10 of your friends in, and then when they get 10 of their friends in, that's like you getting 100 friends in, and then you'll get like 100 times the revenue, right? Like that's basically how those sorts of societies worked, right? Is you basically had the common folk, the small folk, the peasantry, right? And then you had intermingling levels of serfs or peasants or whatever. And then you had like sort of the local bullies who were the knights, right? And then you had the bullies of them who were the lords of varying description, barons, counts, dukes, what have you. And then you had the king at the very tip top of the multi-level marketing scheme. And so normally knights are beholden to specific banners and specific individuals, and that's on purpose, right? When you meet a House Durandare knight, they're ostensibly a knight who answers ultimately to Count Charlemagne de Durandare. So the Temple Knights are conceptually an interesting institution insofar as they're like only supposed to be the knights of the city or the temple vis-a-vis the archbishop. And the fact that obviously not only is the archbishop gone, but the fact that most of the outlying territories that Ishgard would have had, much of Coerthis, is now no longer inhabitable, means that the Temple Knights have incidentally been sort of thrust into not being a position of a peacekeeping force, but sort of an everything force, right? Think about the fact that most of the cities in Eorzea don't have a fire department. That's kind of on purpose. You're here for the train fuckers? I've got bad news, Fluffbot. We're in Ishgard first. Simply because a war ends does not mean we have peace. Nay, true peace lies within, as I was made to know in our struggle against despair. I always call him Tersengelian, that's not what his name is. Tessengelian is wearing the antique armor set, which if you go to the vintage Haberjon, it's the ripped Haberjon. Obviously colored individually for him, but you get it, right? That's what you would wear if you were trying to represent how tired and old your character was. Now, this is a rare privilege. What business could the savior of Ishgard have with a humble knight? Man, they really sort of toned down the savior of the entire world, huh? What happened to the savior of Aetheris, the ender of the end times? Savior of Ishgard. You want to know about Leofine? Well, many Temple Knights come from common stock, but she was different. Despite what she became, Leofine was born of noble blood. Even so, she oft made mock of Ishgard's customs and the responsibilities that bound the conduct of noble families. Doubtless she yearned for freedom all her life, or her idea of it, anyway. Although her deeds caused her to be expelled from the Temple Knights and summarily stripped of her title, she may have actually desired that outcome. If she hated it so much here, all she had to do was leave. I hear she did leave, for a time at least. Now she's in league with a group that aims to plunge the world into chaos. If a selfish heart like Leofine was sought out to aid in this plot, I shuddered to imagine how wicked their leader must be. Well, we have a general understanding of what drives our adversary. Stories that paint a picture of a rotten, conniving soul. It must have been hard on the Lord Commander. Must it have? I don't know if that's true. We know enough to guess her next move. Sure, maybe. Honestly, I'm gonna be real with y'all, I think Amric had it pretty easy based off of the number of Temple Knights who were real stinkers under his administration. You're right. Whatever her ultimate goal may be, it's clear she has an almost blinding focus on shaming the Temple Knights. And this, what did he call it? A delegation? May provide an irresistible opportunity. Finally, we have knowledge to use against our enemy. If we all work together, we might be able to trap her. We haven't much time. Let's return to the congregation and tell this Handaloop what we know. I've got great news, Tentoa. Handaloop's right here. God, these little, like, room dividers, I don't even know what to call them. They are not actually a housing item, so you can't get these. And then this, like, map table is significantly bigger than the actual map table. And this, like, map of Eorzea up on a board you can't get. Like, I desperately tried to recreate this room, but you can't do a one-for-one, so yeah. Temple Knights were terrible people. I don't know what's going on here, but you should let this woman do her thing. Yeah, that sounds about right for you, Fluffbot. Not all of them were terrible people. Just most of them. Just enough necessary to have infinitely respawning bad guys on certain quests. You are ever welcome at the congregation, Elish. I am well apprised of Leofine's wicked deeds, and your efforts to flush her out have been much appreciated. And this must be Master Tentoa, who crossed the ocean from Tural. I hope you have recovered from your ordeal. I'm better than ever. Apologies for taking up one of your beds for so long. Please, no apologies are necessary. On the contrary, the Temple Knights yet owe you a debt for all you have done. So Handaloop is currently the, like, ranking Temple Knight in all of Ishgard right now. Which brings us to the purpose of this visit. You had something to discuss with me. I see you and I had the same doubts. The delegation to Okzondu would be an obvious target for Leofine. I was but recently debating the wisdom of moving forward with our plans. As you know, all of Ishgard falls under the protection of the Temple Knights. As such, 'tis only meet that we maintain and strengthen friendly relations with our neighbors. The delegation in question is tasked with deepening our mutual understanding of each of our unique cultures. Sonu Vanu, chief of the Vandu, was most eager to host. Yet so long as the specter of Leofine hangs over our order, I fear visits abroad are unwise. Should any of the Vanu come to harm, our relations could be damaged irreparably. As we have no way of knowing if Leofine has caught wind of our plans, I am of the mind that postponing the delegation may be the most prudent course of action, for the safety of all. This could also be the perfect chance to draw her out. That's right. Elish and I won't let anyone come to harm. Anyone? Tentoa, I don't know if you know how these Final Fantasy XIV narratives work. Inevitably, someone will be harmed, and that's supposed to be sort of our motivation to keep going. Back in Heaven's Ward, it was Horshaphant, and let me tell you something, Tentoa, I was literally a tank with a shield. There was no reason for Horshaphant to die. And as long as you warn the Vanu in advance, they shouldn't hold the actions of a rogue against you. If they're truly your allies, they'll see the wisdom in your judgment. Please, send the delegation as planned. It'll be our best chance to capture Leofine. Yes, your words have merit. Thank you for the sage counsel. You are right. The Vandu would not stand idly by while we suffer at Leofine's hand. In fact, the fellowship between our two peoples was forged when a god assailed their home and was brought low by a great hero, Elish. Yeah, so Bismarck and the Narwhal have a lot of similarities, Handaloop. Can we ex-nay on the Bismarck-a? If we tell the Vandu that he is keeping watch over the proceedings, then I am certain all doubts shall be quelled. Then you'll proceed. Indeed, the time has come for we Temple Knights to reclaim our honor and go on the counteroffensive. I shall bring the solution of a joint operation against Leofine to the Lord Commander as soon as possible. It bothers me to no end that Amaric is both the Lord Commander and the Lord Speaker so much, but that's besides the point. Thank you. Together we'll put a stop to her scheme. I first must discuss matters with the others involved before we present a plan to the Lord Commander. Although time is of the essence, I ask that you wait a while until our course is settled. Because I was under the impression that Lucia should be the Lord Commander now, because, you know, Lucia first commander, Handaloop second commander. I again thought that was a statement relative to their position within the Temple Knight hierarchy. No, Lucia being the first commander and also being Amaric's right-hand woman is happenstance. Lucia and Handaloop are of equal standing. Handaloop is the commander of the 2nd battalion. Lucia is the commander of the 1st battalion. So you get it. They had to add a line of dialogue explaining why it wouldn't work. Fluffbot, I am so frustrated by their whole explanation of like, oh, the Aether Spear that Zephyrin threw, it was uniquely corrupting. Get out of here with that nonsense. Even with everything that we know about the First and Light Aether, like, whatever. Yeah, I mean, it's not too dissimilar from in the US. The concept of the commander-in-chief also being our head of the executive branch. But it does, I don't know, it also sits wrong with me somehow. Lucia is busy in Garlemald, though. Very true. Every time you try to watch my stream, Twitch insists on doing an update. Well, I appreciate you struggling through the updates, Battle Benoit. I realize they're a monumental undertaking, and it makes you a true warrior of light to banish the Twitch updates to the void or whatever. I lost track of what I was trying to say there, but I do appreciate you popping in. Tentoa told me what you learned of Leofine. To be honest, I do empathize somewhat with her desire to be free from the bonds of sleep, but that's where my sympathy ends. It's exactly because we must sleep that every waking moment is precious. A life awake is meaningless if we can't spend it with those we care about. I realize now that I agreed to defend a people I know next to nothing about. Tell me of these Vundu we'll soon be visiting. Do I get to say, yeah, they're like the Hanu Hanu, with an even more of a penchant for metaphor? Really? Two groups of such people, so far apart? The world really is full of surprises. Squeenix? You got away with reusing your assets once in Shadowbringers, and we were all like, wow, look at all these new people. Please stop bringing it up as if it's a selling point. Yes, the Vanu Vanu and the Hanu Hanu are very similar. You're the reason why it's similar. It's fine. It's fine. We all love the Vanu Vanu. We all love the Sea of Clouds. It's fine. Even a single city is enough for a lifetime. Every day I hear something that gives me food for thought. Like the story of the Dragon Song War, for instance. Generations of animosity between dragon and man that somehow ended in a rekindled fellowship. I imagine a whole world like that. A world where there'd be no need for protectors. The Wide Eye watches not only the monsters in the wilderness, but our neighbors as well. We've barely even considered sending delegations outside our village gates. And the cold snap only made things worse. With everyone struggling just to survive, our every thought goes towards defending our scarce resources. But if we only look outward with wariness, there's no hope for the future to change, no hope to build trust. If only there was a way to bridge the distance between us and greet tomorrow hand in hand. But maybe that's just a silly dream. Maybe. Either way, it's a beautiful thought. Like, Tentoa calling it a silly dream here is literally how I feel about the entirety of like Dawntrail with a Wook Lamont. But the thing was is that the Wook Lamont storyline at least was going somewhere. I'm glad you think so. I'll hold that future in mind as I get back to training. As for you, Elish, get some rest. If you fall asleep when I need you most, I'll wake you up with a knock to the head. Ha 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 ha. Just give your friends brain trauma. Ho 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 ho. They hope it brings back more characters from the past. You miss Emmerich so much. I miss Emmerich as well, but yeah. Emmerich holding both roles is historically accurate. How often do religious figures become political ones in medieval France? Not only that, Fluffbot, it is entirely fair. It just... I don't know. I think my biggest frustration with it is that Emmerich did absolutely get his ass beat during the fracas between Ul'dah and Ishgard, right? Like, remember that little tournament we do, that little melee that we do? And ever since then, and the time where Emmerich got shanked by a small child with a butter knife in the back streets of Ishgard, ever since those two moments, it really made me aware that Emmerich is not unparalleled with the sword, for lack of a better phrase, right? So... what do I mean? We all love the Sea of Clouds. The Sea of Clouds is beautiful, Battle Benoit. It's a pain to navigate, but it's beautiful. Tentoa's finally acting like his old self again. Now I'm sure we're ready for whatever lies ahead. Dreams of a new day. Tentoa is eager to set a trap for Leofine. Buddy, I hope this trap works, because we are at level 100. Sir Handaloop still hasn't sent word. I guess the others might not be so enthusiastic about our plan. To them, the cradle of the sleepless is naturally still something to be feared. No matter how much faith they have in your strength, you'd be at Leofine's mercy if she put you to sleep. Honestly, I don't blame them. Not even I imagined our treasure could be used for such evil. In Leofine's hands, it's no more than an indiscriminate weapon. But that means when we can get it back, we can turn it into something else. Something no one's ever thought of before. We can find a way to use it without forcing someone to spend their life in slumber. Tentoa, counterpoint, the thing that I said before, you could save so much money on Zuquil by just willingly finding people who have insomnia and forcibly putting them to sleep. Of course I agree with you, Tentoa, but we have more pressing matters, namely a rogue knight to capture and a treasure to recover. Huh, right. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. Apologies for keeping you waiting for so long. The Temple Knights have finally reached a decision regarding the delegation to the Sea of Clouds. And what have you decided? I am pleased to say that the Vundu have agreed to join forces with us. Together we shall drive back Leofine should she attack. I'm also glad that they said, let's inform the Vundu of what's going on, so that way, they're not, caught off guard, hey, what the fuck? 99% of the problems in Final Fantasy XIV could be resolved by just having clear communication. If her shadow darkens even an ilm of their homeland, our peaceful delegation shall turn into a fighting force at a moment's notice. We shall restore the Temple Knight's reputation and recover your artifact in one fell swoop. Thank you, Handaloop. We promise to do our part if Leofine shows herself. She won't get away this time. We have but to hammer out the finer details. Once we are ready to depart, the first group of knights shall leave by airship. I would ask you both to make your way to Zundu as soon as possible, so you may help plan our strategy. I'm coming too. I can heal your wounds, and if it comes to it, my staff can bruise as well as a club. Hell yeah, Loazenigwe. Beat them to death. I'll gladly have you with us. I'm done taking on the world alone. I need you, Loazenigwe. And Elish, too. We're stronger together than we could ever be apart. The cradle never would have been stolen if I'd realized that from the beginning. And I want you by my side to ensure I don't forget it. Well then, we'd better be off. I'm keen to meet this Chief Sonu Vanu. Alright, folks. Put on your war faces. Level 100 is fine, Pixie. The big problem with it is that it means that like there's no more we can go. Level 100 is the current cap, so you get it. The worst trope, just talk to each other. You did not finish so many books when that's the main conflict. I feel that. How goes Dawntrail so far? Enjoying it? I will say I am enjoying Dawntrail. However, it's taking an approach where it has very clearly divided the narrative into two parts. And the last time that they did that, it did not go over so well. So I'm really curious as to why they're trying to divide it into two parts again, but here we are. Battle Benoy. You didn't find the Sea of Clouds all that pretty, but you did like seeing the sheepies on the farms they built up on the Sky Islands. Honestly, I furiously loved the Sea of Clouds. So this will just have to be a matter where we agree to disagree, I think. But I think I like it so much because I liked the ideas that were being posited by Heaven's Ward and like airships and like, you know, the whole like concept of what people were talking about with regards to the diadem before. Obviously, I didn't experience previous diadem, and so all of my experiences with diadem now are relatively pleasant, but you get it. More money. What's so funny, Sabata, is they would get more money probably dividing this into two expansions, right? Like, I don't get the like hyper truncation unless it was because of people like me who were like, I'm nervous. Because like, again, here's the thing, the first half of the MSQ, the main story quest, has been phenomenal. Like it deserved more than my like good faith. Like it was amazing. And so if they had just kept the first half of it, really hammered down on it, I would have been happy with that being the entirety of Tuliolal, right? But it wasn't. So there you go. But yeah, they literally did not make as much money this way. Yeah, there's two different parts in this one expansion, and so the whole thing in Stormblood, which was the previous expansion, is that it was divided amongst two distinct zones, right? Stormblood was divided between Girabanya, which was the part that connected the Aldenard continent with Ilsabard, and Fantasy Asia, which they literally call the Far East, and I have feelings about that, but literally Fantasy Japan, and then Fantasy China, but it's still Japan, don't worry about it. And so obviously the story beats hit weird because all of the Girabanya stuff was like basically Call of Duty, right? Like everyone was dressed up in like, you know, fairly modern olive military camouflage, and then now you are riding cool big birds, and you are being gracious in front of the kami, and then oop, what's that? We're back to Girabanya, and now there is a giant artillery cannon on top of a tower, and there are giant war machines. Like it was just a very strange thing. And like, so here's what I will irrefutably say. Dawntrail is better. Dawntrail is infinitely better already than Stormblood, in my opinion. The Tural stuff was mwah, 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 in comparison to either the Girabanya or the, Far East Authard Hingashi stuff. But the Tural stuff I have not been crazy about. So, yeah. You could live without any more Iron Chef Eorzea. The thing with starter with Iron Chef Eorzea is that like I ended up coming back around on it because of I don't know how familiar you are with like the tales of like the Christmas Days treaties and stuff like that, where like basically during World War II around Christmas time both sides stopped fighting and apparently shared meals with each other before going back to shooting each other to death, right? And it's like the point of Iron Chef, Iron Chef Tural is like to talk about that narrative and to talk about how food can have a unifying factor and how the people from Mamuk were deprived of food and resources, and so the idea that the people from Shabral were like willing to share some of those resources with them was this like really eye-opening thing. It did make the rest of the Mamuk stuff BS in my opinion, but we'll get over it. So yeah. And The Amazing Race. I actually kind of loved The Amazing Race, I'll be honest with you. From what you heard, they divided the expansion to test which type of storylines players enjoyed the most. A, where the player basically takes a back seat, and B, where the player is the main focus. That's interesting. Yeah, because like already in Shock Tural, we've already played the part of the lone wandering man. Yeehaw, pew pew. So it's interesting. It's worth talking about for sure. But yeah, we want a good blend, exactly. But yeah. The slow start really does feed into the latter half of Dawntrail in a unique way that lets you think post-MSQ of the implications and foreshadowing, but it does have its problems, but it isn't jarring. I don't know. I think a friend of the show, JR, actually brought up, I think, the greatest point, which is, if you just removed the cutscene where we saw Zorilja, like, kill Zorilja and be like, ha ha ha, I'm an evil bad guy. Like, my enjoyment of the MSQ would shoot up astronomically. I still would have been like mildly frustrated with playing, Cowboy. I would have still been mildly frustrated with some of the other elements, but I think overall I would have been more fine with it because now it feels like there's like a pressing time limit, you know what I mean? But yeah. Anyways, hold on. Sorry. We're doing tank role quest. We're on a floating island. What other fantastic locales can be found in Eorzea? Their graceful dancing belies their bulk. Can they fly too? Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. No. No, they cannot. Dawntrail is experimental, but it's not rushed. An interesting take, yeah. Vandu wish not to fight. It is not our nature. We only wish to live peacefully, as still clouds on calm summer day. Honored Netherlings, your return to Vandu is as welcome as the arrival of spring. Sanu knows why you come. Wicked hearts seek to bring chaos to our home. And so the Vandu shall rise to its defense if needed. As the sun's rays chase away the shadows of night, the sundrop dance shall keep the tendrils of sleep at bay. I did forget about the sundrop dance. I still haven't finished my allied society for the Vanu, so I don't have it yet, or the like flower crown you can get, but yeah. Chief Sonu Vanu, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Tentoa, and if this sundrop dance is as invigorating as you say, I'd love to see it for myself. I really don't feel the sundrop dance. The Zundu shall dance before Ishgard's warrior upon their arrival. Brave Tentoa is welcome to join the proceedings. That was your original intent, right? I see. If we're to draw Leofine out, it makes sense to pretend like nothing is amiss. Yeah? Zundu warriors unify their strength through the sun drop dance, and the sight is so fearsome that many choose to flee rather than fight. Netherling warriors may learn much from such an approach. Breaking the enemy's spirit avoids needless bloodshed. Yet all dancers must hone their skills before wild animals first, that the sun drop dance does not fail them at the most crucial moment. It is for that reason our dancers await at the outskirts of Ok Zundu for the Netherlings' arrival. Moonlift dance is better anyways. Sun drop, moon lift. When the performance begins, it shall draw the attention of all like a roiling cloud coming over the horizon. Watch carefully for any who would take advantage of that moment. After the dance is finished, Netherlings will present the Zundu with... Chief Sonu, Netherling ship appears in the skies like sudden sun shower, hurtling towards Earth. Swiftly it descends, crashing down near Zundu dancers. Ship's markings are Ishgardian. Zundu are unhurt, but wounded Netherlings pour from vessel. Like a lightning bolt in the night, Leofine strikes. The Temple Knights were coming by airship, right? All Leofine had to do was lull the pilot to sleep. She saw right through us, and now we're on the back foot. No, you're not. She had to be on the airship. Great winds can alter even a raging river's course. What matters is to stand strong and move forward. And now we must offer aid to the Netherlings who come as guests. Right, let's go. Oh no, I know the Moonlift dance is a real dance. I just, I just never thought about Sun Drop versus Moonlift before. We're fortunate that Leofine chose the outskirts of the settlement to enact her horrible plan. Imagine if the ship crashed over Ok Zundu or even Ishgard. If this is the work of the Cradle, Leofine can't be far. We must tend to the wounded, but I won't let her escape again. This ends today, one way or the other. They're not that wounded if they're still sleeping. There you are, Leofine. You came all this way just to greet me? Oh, I am honored. I only hope my gift was satisfactory. 'Tis a shame you will not see Ishgard crumble. Alas, I can scarcely suffer rats to scurry about my feet, threatening to gnaw away at my carefully laid plans. At least you bear witness to the dying breath of the Temple Knight's flagging honor. We would sooner see that wrecked airship soar again than their reputation return to its former glory. Yet even I did not foresee that the Vundu would be in the ship's path. The fury favors me, for who now would trust a nation so careless as to put their neighbors at risk? Everyone knows you're behind this. People won't turn on each other so easily. Oh, I didn't see you there, the shut eye wide awake. Doubly honored I am that you came all this way just to meet your end. Enough, we're taking the cradle back. We won't let your evil continue any longer. We didn't really come up with a solid plan for this part, y'all. Y'all, we still don't have... Remember how the cradle of the sleepless, like, sucks aether from people? We didn't come up with a plan for that part, y'all. Such bold words. If I recall correctly, your people reaped great benefits from this artifact's power, all at the cost of someone's waking life. Your life. Want to talk about Saturday morning cartoon villains, though. Pray, do not misunderstand me. That was not meant to be a denouncement of your people. On the contrary, they have my utmost respect. We are bound by our very nature. No matter how mighty we become, we are slave to the whims of sleep. Yet this artifact can sunder those shackles and grant true freedom. It makes its wielders stronger and their enemies weak. A perfect weapon, if you ask me. I can't say whether using the cradle is right or wrong. I only know that a life lived at the cost of another life is no life at all. You're right about one thing. We are bound by our nature, but that doesn't shackle us. It brings us together. And whether I'm asleep or awake, as long as Loazinigwe is by my side, that's the life I want. Show her no quarter. I'll be your shield. She's exhausted the cradle's power on the Temple Knights. This is our chance. No plan is without its wrinkles, I suppose. Fortunately, I prepare for all contingencies. What, you just had a bunch of lads nearby, vaguely? I don't know if that counts as a preparation. I do love Leofine's weapons, though. Are those vanilla? Like, are those accessible? And yeah, Sathi's, her armor set is from the Aether font. You had an opportunity to live a quiet life, but I will not give it again. This time, I shall send you into a slumber from which you will never wake. Give back the cradle or we'll take it back. All bluster as usual. Take it if you dare. Oh, that's funny. Sure. The Zundu, with them by our side, Leofine won't stand a chance. Why must you resist? Succumb to the boredom of sleep and dream eternal. Wacky narrative, but okay. Now, wash away darkness of sleep with Sundrop Dance! No, tell me. Don't just stand there, kill them! Tell me you're joking. Okay, they're going to dance the Temple Knights awake? Sure. Yep, uh-huh. You know what? It makes about as much sense as anything else in the narrative. Sure. Yeah, uh-huh. Cool. The Vundu's fearsome dancing gives rise to a swell of aether. By the... What happened? We were attacked? Everyone's awake. Hey, if you're feeling sleepy, just dance. Mighty Zundu protect Netherling warriors. Keep cautious like Galacat under stormy skies. Now you're all alone. This ends now, Leofine. Why am I cursed with incompetence? Very well, dance with me, Wide-Eye. I have yet to test the strength granted to me. Your strength. Now I shall. To think it could hold such immense power. Ha ha ha! Evil laughter. The artifact isn't for such callous hands. Etheric Burst definitely sounds like a raid wide. The Narwhal's blessing is only for those with the heart of a defender. Elish, we need to split up. You take that side. When you say that side, what side do you mean, NPC? Thanks. I appreciate you making that abundantly clear. Thank you both. Healing is on the way. Wow. Imagine having such nice and considerate healers. Okay, we definitely didn't get her down all the way, so... Phase 2? The artifact swells with power. It begs to be released. Now you shut your eyes for the final time. Take a last glimpse of the waking world. Okay, phase 2. Brace yourself against the power of the artifact? I don't understand. Oh, okay. Uh-huh. Sure. I'm alright. What about Tentoa? He mad asleep, girl. You think this piece of wood is for protection? Such a cloying sentiment. Cursed insects. You lot, finish them off. Earn your freedom. Sundrop dance shall rouse Netherling warrior. Protect the sleeper until he awakens. It's time for us to protect Tentoa. We'll get through this together. I should not be such a hater on the Sundrop dance narrative, but it does drive me absolutely bonkers. On your feet, Tentoa. It's your duty as the Wide-Eye. I've got so many feelings about the Sundrop dance. It's fine. What? I was asleep? I owe you all my life. Thank you. Who vets these ambient dialogue? Zundu, go to help allies. May Zephyr winds guide you to victory. No, sleep is inexorable. How are they doing this? Don't worry, Leofine. I find it just as perplexing as you. I'm far from finished. You will not withstand this. I like that Leo Fine's appellation is literally just the unchivalrous. Like, damn. Sorry, Leo Fine. The thing that you are being famous for, others are just tools to you. Is that your idea of freedom? I will be bound no more. Girl, I get it, but also... Tentoa? That's not the tower you took last time, King! Enough of your insolence. Aetheric Burst is the raid wide. Fury take you. This feels... Oh no, it's just this one. It's good to see you, Egg. Hey, hey. Ugh, you stubborn. You may have won today, but this is not over. Why does she get to have canonically a griffin mount? Yes, it is. Nice comeback, Tentoa. Oh no! Oh no! The Warrior of Light is so sleepy now! Damned fool! No! Say goodnight, Leofine. Not gonna lie, say goodnight is actually a pretty badass, like... No! Wait, don't... Hold on! Listen. Don't let her die from falling off. There's literally nothing down there but Wind Aether and then the Ethereal Sea. The wide eye watches eternal, and eternal is the sleep it bestows. We finally stopped her. Yes, but we have someone else to worry about. Her griffin is getting itself a snack? Not gonna lie though, Leofine is kinda... So... Savior of the waking world. Boom 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 ba boom ba boom boom. It's been a hot second, Sathies, but I get it. Trolleys! You were reading that all shields level 91 plus have the same block stat as a level 90 shield? Is that true? No, I cannot canonize it now because Leofine is a bad guy. You know what I will say though? The fact that the fact that I put on his helmet for wartime does make this like quintuply funny to me. Elish, wake up. Are you all right? Ha! Only he would smile at a time like this. Yes, Elish's brilliantly smiling face. Somewhere behind that helmet. No, it's okay. I don't need you guys to do the sun drop dance at me. No, it's okay, lads. Really, I don't. I'll just wake up in like 6 hours. It's fine. He's awake. Only thanks to the power of the Vanu Vanu dance. God, the helmet makes these cutscenes so bad, but also, for me, so good. Level 100 paladins are only getting 16% block chance instead of the normal 20. Gah! First they buff Gunbreaker, now we have less chance to block. What is this video game? More like 6 days? I mean, in the interest of fairness, yeah. Oh my god. Their FC is called Sleep. That's actually so thematic for the role quest. Netherling looks hale as a warrior in their prime. Good. Our wicked foes fled from Sundrop dance like twilight before dawn. I don't have Sundrop, right? I don't. Another much easier way to do that would be Heaven's Ward. Yeah, I'm not quite there with the Vanu Vanu. Okay. It's good to see you awake. Don't worry, you weren't asleep for long. And judging by your fierce expression, the cradle didn't sap you of any of your trademark vigor. I gotta take off the helmet, lads. They keep referring to Elish's facial expression. Your work is done, Elish. You did a commendable job as our shield, and now you can lay down your burden. It was thanks to your bravery that I was able to deal the final blow to Leofine, and with the cradle back in our possession, I think we can consider this expedition across the seas to be a success. The Zundu helped us gather the wounded and see them safely off to Ishgard. We couldn't have done it without you. Netherlings protect allies as fiercely as Gaelicat protecting kittens. Zundu are moved by your might. You were equally as impressive. I should learn the Sundrop dance myself, though I won't strike a figure half as fierce as yours. The Zundu seem to have everything well in hand, and Handaloop is likely eager to see us. We should return to Ishgard as soon as we can. Elish would not teleport, but here we are. Sundrop dance is cool because it's reminiscent of IRL Haka dancing. Very fair, Wirebone. Let me add an addendum. It's not that the Sundrop dance itself is bad. The problem is that, like, they really pulled this out of their derrieres, right? Like, how are we going to counteract the effects of the cradle of the, like, sleepless, right? And it's like, again, Hanu Hanu, Vanu Vanu. Obviously, the Sundrop dance has previously proven to have extraneous factors other than just being a dance. But being like, of course, just counteract the effects of the aether sapping, like magic device with a good dance. Haka is loud and meant to energize, cheer on, so you feel like it does make sense? Okay. I don't know anything about Haka, so you know what? In the interest of fairness, I'm not qualified to talk on that part of the origins. But also, even as someone who's as white as snow, it's mesmerizing. I genuinely don't know what it is. So, you know what? I'll take the L. Oh, of course, Soju. If anyone asked for the Vanu Vanu's help, the Sundrop dance would have stopped the impending final days too. Let me be clear. I don't have a problem with people saying that dance is a way of channeling Aether. I have absolutely no problem with that. That is the entire premise of the dancer class. I just like really, we spent like zero time talking with the Vanu about it. That's all. It's a Maori dance that involves very aggressive movements and shouting. Oh, all right, there you go. Ah, the heroes of the day have returned. Thanks to your valor, the threat Leofine posed is no more. What's more, not a single life was lost. On behalf of the Temple Knights, allow me to express my utmost gratitude to you all. You don't owe me any thanks. After all, it was my fault the cradle was stolen in the first place, and ultimately my fault that your delegation to Oxondu turned into a melee. It may be true that our visit to the Sea of Clouds was far from peaceful, but the bond between the Zundu and the Temple Knights has only deepened through overcoming mutual adversity. Blessings often take inscrutable forms. And while we know not whether Leofine yet lives, we do know that she can no longer reach the source of her ill-gotten power, so we have little more to fear from her. With the crisis behind us, the common folk no longer have aught to fear. We will make known the story of Leofine's schemes, and the heroes who work to foil them, and in time, I hope that trust in our order will be restored. The Temple Knights shall continue to build relations with our neighbors for years to come, relations which shall form the foundation for Ishgard's future. We would be honored if we could count you among our allies in this endeavor. Anything you need, simply call upon us. We'll be there, no questions asked. I feel like there will be some questions asked, like logistics, time. And with that, it's time we returned home. It's been an honor. We'll be passing through Tuliolal on our way back, Elish. If you have business in those parts, we'd love to speak with you at Shabali of Tai before setting off. See you soon, hopefully. Aww. Goodbye. For 10 years, he alone defended his people without rest or sleep. I understand the importance of tradition, but Master Tentoa seems to be more suited for walking a path of his own making. He needs but to know his own heart, and I believe these recent events have given him such knowledge. He is bound for greatness, regardless of how he chooses to live. Hell yeah. Firmalbert, how you holding up out here? Pray give Master Tentoa my regards if you see him. Each and every Temple Knight owes him a debt of gratitude. Hell yeah, King. Okay, Tourist glam. Hide sword and shield. Put on thick glasses. Go to Tuliolal. What if I just don't do any more MSQ and don't hang out with the trolley fuckers, and instead I just do all of my role quests? You guys are game for that plan, right? Oh, actually, I do need to go grab these hunts real fast. You're here for the trolley fuckers? Fair enough. You wouldn't know the difference? Well, I appreciate you being here anyways then, Sabata. Honestly, I'm surprised you are still here. Oh, but I do need to warn you, as a fellow high fantasy enjoyer, that we go very sci-fi in this, so yeah. Ooh, you put it on the server's 14 channel. Thank you for that, Wirebone. Somebody should go check it out and see if it's just a big rickroll. Why we hunt. Bol Ogao, Master of the Dawn Hunt, wants to introduce you to a certain someone. I know you wouldn't just rickroll us, I'm doing a bit. Ah, Elish. The Wings of Protection has been keeping a beady eye on you. Say you've been making yourself useful, that your adventures have taken you to nigh on every corner of Tural. Including Yaktel, I hear, the land of my people. I know how dangerous those woods can be, not only from the tales of my ancestors, but from the bills on the board too. Think you're ready to take on a bigger challenge? I absolutely could handle you no matter your size. I mean, the size of the hunts, of course. That's the spirit. All right then, let me tell you what these intermediate marks are all about. Bada 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 bada, right? So now they're beginner level marks can be taken down by any hunter or mercenary, but these ones call for a mite more preparation. I'm not just talking physically, but mentally too. If you're going to risk your life going after these beasts, it's important to know what you're risking it for. Which is why I tell everyone who thinks they're ready to move on from beginner builds to talk to Tayat Cat first. She's a master huntress and mentor to would-be vipers. You'll find her down in Gornitruk Gleam Sands. Look for the Chabral with the cobalt fur and ask her to tell you about our history. Okay, but I'm level 100. Can we just... No, that's fine. I love history. That is just the unfortunate truth of the award-winning game Final Fantasy XIV. I mean, Ishgard is High Fantasy Central, which is my favorite place to be, so you know. I'm glad you made it back to Tural, Elish. I'd been in Ishgard for so long, I'd almost forgotten what it was like to sweat. But I remember now, you can be sure. Oh, the following hunt quests require MSQ progression. Alright, thanks for that, JR. Elish, there you are. I was afraid we wouldn't see you before we left. We arrived not long ago and apprised Brook Evu of everything that happened. This is the longest I've spent away from our village, but even though Tuliolal and Ishgard were like entirely different worlds to me, I was only ever treated with kindness. Not gonna lie, a big fan of the tank roll quest. Again, did it reinvent the wheel? Was it as phenomenal as the Dark Knight roll quests? No. But was it a wholesome little romp? Did it go back to Ishgard? And did I not have to deal with the passage of the Unbound being as unhinged as I was worried they would be? Yes, yes, and yes. So, in my books, a quest's worth doing. Is anything the matter, Tentoa? Nothing, it's just something I've been thinking about. Our people have always been self-sufficient, but the Ishgardians and the Zundu showed that looking to your neighbor can reveal a way through the harshest difficulties. And you heard, Handaloop. The bond between Ishgard and Zundu was only made deeper through their shared ordeal. To trust another to such a degree. Well, I think it's a goal we should all strive toward. We have at least one friend like that, don't we? He who bent his ears to every note of the narwhal's lullaby without a shade of fear in his eyes. Y'all don't need to talk Firmalbert up like this. He's like all the way in Ishgard. Oh, you meant me. Thank you, Elish. For believing in us. For believing that no matter the outcome, your actions would not be in vain. In so doing, you taught me the worth of fighting alongside allies you can trust. Even if your shield breaks, that is not the end. There's only one shield break? You're right. It's our faith in our allies and their faith in us that gives us the courage to protect each other. But approaching someone with open arms doesn't mean they'll accept you. The relations between our people and our neighbors have been strained by generations of mistrust, and we must take care to mend them properly. If we can do that and learn to look forward towards the future hand in hand, then there will be no need to use the cradle ever again. People can sleep and dream untroubled and awaken with bright eyes. I want to see those days come to pass. Me too. Then you and I can finally spend more time together. Right. Of course. You gotta ship them together. If we're going to see this future, then we should get back to our village. They'll be overjoyed to see their cradle returned. Could I have the cradle then? I need more sleep. Or I need to use it against other people, right? Thank you for everything, Elish. Next time we meet, may we both have good news to share. Goodbye! Okay, dokie. I tell you what. We need to come back to Tural in a hot second anyways. So, I'm actually going to go do the hunt quest real fast. And then after that, we can come back and grab the melee DPS, hey? I did see what you said, Wirebone, which is that the hunt quests actually have a subplot, which is fun. I will be honest, I frequently felt like the greatest weakness of the hunt quests in Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, was that they didn't really talk about Clan Centurio much, and the little bit that we did talk about Clan Centurio was sort of a, hey, there's a bunch of guys out there who are doing stuff. And so, being able to see them actually give it a little bit more meaning, making the Tural Vidral a larger part of the plot, I think that's neat. I'm into it. You have business with me, Outlander? Bologao sent you, eh? More meat for the marks. Though you look to have a little more about you than most. I honestly thought she was going to say that I had a little bit more meat about me, and I was about to be like, don't be looking at my meat. Well, if you're dead set on devoting yourself to the Dawn Hunt, I should let you know a bit more about it. Where to begin? You might say at the beginning, but it's hard to put a pin in exactly when that was. Even before Kona brought the system of marks and bills over from Eorzea, our people were hunters. Not just for food, but for safety, hunting down those ill-made monstrosities whose very existence was inimical to our own. It was for that very purpose that the Vipers came to be. I feel bad about not keeping up with my Viper quests, hey? Like, my Vipers are still level 85. The finest hunters in Tural banded together to hone their skills and their blades, and devoted their lives to stalking and slaying the fiends. At first, we were no more than a fellowship of like-minded folk who'd taken upon themselves to deal with any danger they caught wind of. It was only after Gulul Jaja united Tural under the Dawn Servant's crown that our role as protectors of the realm was made official. Commissions started pouring in from Yasulani to Yaktel, but we didn't have the numbers to answer them all. That's when Kona proposed we bring in the system he'd seen in Eorzea, calling on adventurers and mercenaries to handle those threats we couldn't. If there's a point to this little history lesson, it's this. Many folk joined the hunt seeking adventure, or glory, or fortune. But from the very beginning, whenever that was, it's been about one thing and one thing only. Protecting those who can't protect themselves. Don't forget that. 86, you liar. JR, how could you call me out? Demised is cancelled, party. And one more request that I make of every Viper to train under me. Don't get yourself killed. We hunt to save lives, not to throw them away for no good reason. Fun fact. There's been a big pause put on the Endwalker hunt trains because Dawn Trail hunt trains go on for hours. So, if anyone happen to hunker for a little nibble of some of those Endwalker hunt trains, get some of those delicious nut sacks in you, let me know. I reckon that's enough moralizing from me for one day. It's about time I headed back to Yaktel. Come and drop by if you're ever in the area. They cut down on the instances a bit, so they went from 48 to 36 mark sniffles. Hell yeah. I mean, it's good that they made it a little bit more manageable for people, but yeah. Yeah, but also the Endwalker marks give nutsacks as well, right? We do want current tier clusters. Man. Pentamelding Hell in 2 weeks, please look forward to it. Go. Back already, are you? Did Tyat Cat tell you everything you need to know? Good to hear. We don't hunt to kill, we hunt to live. Remember that, and you'll be fine. Speaking of, I took the opportunity to update the ledger. You're approved to take on intermediate hunt marks now. Good hunting, and good luck. Oh no, I shouldn't have taken it on Paladin. That was XP right there. Well, anyways. Let me grab these intermediate hunt marks. And you know what? I'll grab some new beginner ones. I didn't finish my old beginner ones, but these could be some new boys that we haven't grabbed yet. If you were caught up, you would be batting your eyelashes at me for any spare materia, alas. Wirebone, if I had materia, shouldn't I be using it myself? Because I'm selfish and greedy? Clusters and tomes are both good reasons to do the current hunts. Look. I could be doing the raids. You don't know me? What if I'm going for the world's first clears? All right. Anyways, the hunter and the hunted. We'll pick this up and then we'll go do MSQ, I promise. Shashepya seeks an adventurer who likes getting up close and personal. Listen, you. Hello there. I take it you've spoken with Brook Evu. Willing to lend a hand? Are you wearing socks with sandals? I am truly grateful. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Shashepya, and I have traveled far from my village in the forests of Tural in search of a brave soul to help us retrieve our stolen treasure. For generations have my people watched over the Dreamweave cocoon, the vessel in which the power of the swallow-tailed Tural is sealed. Oh, it's not that... Okay. So these artifacts are not... These artifacts are not like a part of the Tural. They're where the power of the Tural is sealed. Because the Narwhal was being described as a very benevolent and kind Tural, right? So... I'm a little bit confused on that front, right? There are also still people who swear by Valigarmanda as if it was some sort of deity, right? While similarly is literally just big, powerful magic bird, so swings and roundabouts. Before its ascension, the swallowtail warded off would-be predators by assuming the form of more threatening butterflies, poisonous ones and the like, through its skill at mimicry. So it survived day after day, summer after summer, until the dawn of its great new existence. It became capable of taking on the form of any creature which crossed its path. This fearsome power was sealed within the cocoon, and any who possess it command the self-same abilities. Indeed, the wielder too may assume the form of any manner of beast or man they've beheld. Squeenix, you've got one chance. I don't know if you did this right. But literally, you introduced in A Realm Reborn the idea that the Ascians could possess any single person, and then you dropped it. You said, I don't care, I'm done playing with this. And then you never picked it up ever again. Squeenix, make me paranoid. Make me so paranoid. Make whoever has the cocoon here be anybody. Make it that I can't trust even the quest NPC. You got one shot at this, Squeenix. Please. Yet this mimicry is not limited to merely physical forms. No, the wielder may replicate the talents and abilities of their target, as long as such actions fall within their ken, that is. In an instant, they may become a master of the hunt, a twin-blade-wielding viper, or the savage brash, with claws and fangs to gut whomsoever they please. It is this power which has protected my village from the predators of the forest. For though it grants many boons, the forest contains threats in equal measure. By donning the skins of its most formidable beasts, we've kept ourselves safe for generations. Without the cocoon, my village's very survival is at risk. Excuse me. That is why we have sent our foremost hunter, Itoka, to ensure it is reclaimed. She has never failed to capture her quarry, so I thought she would make short work of this ordeal. Yet there's been no word from her. I fear this may be a hunt she cannot undertake alone. It is for that reason I wish to enlist the aid of one familiar with the lay of the land beyond the Great Sea, and one whose prowess in close quarters would complement her expertise with the bow. One of the villagers ran into the thief before he fled, and said he intended to use the cocoon's power in Kugane. Okay. Which I understand is the name of large settlements located far, far to the east. Please, for the sake of my home, set out for this eastern habitation, and assist Itoka with retrieving the cocoon. No, I can't. I can't. This is Warrior of Light of Elish. Leave it to me. Your willingness to aid is most reassuring. You have my heartfelt thanks. Upon arriving in the eastern land, search for a Viero woman carrying a bow and dressed in similar attire to myself. If you visit a tavern like this one, I dare say you might find someone who has seen her. One of the dialogue options were, as long as you're willing to cover my teleportation costs to Kugane, which is so funny. Once you've arrived at the eastern habitation, travel to a tavern such as this. When you found her, I ask that you lend her your strength. Okay. But we're not going to do that, because we have to go play with trains. If you choose the option, she says she's unfamiliar with teleportation but promises to cover any expense. That is very cute. Of course, because the Aetherites are relatively recent innovations to Yak and Shock Tural. That makes sense. No, not this one. MSQ. All right. I guess it's time for us to do Train Quest. Or that's what I would say if we weren't about to go on a very quick break. You know the drill. It's anywhere between 3 to 5 minutes. We try to keep it on the 3-minute side. But the breaks are going to be a little bit longer as the Tural travelogue gets a little bit longer itself. So enjoy the travelogue. If you've got any questions, you can type !travel or just message Bo directly. And otherwise, I will see you all very soon. Goodbye. Yeehaw, partners! I never met a train I never wanted to fuck, and I never met a shock Tural I never wanted to fuck. Anyways, I have nothing. It's train fucker time. I hope you're ready. I'm sure they've toned down the train fuckery. They have to have toned down the train fuckery. We'll be ready to handle that timber when you get back, when you and the chief get back. With your help, we'll get the railroad operating again, and then you'll have the chance to see our engine in motion. It's poetry, I tell you. Yep. Though no small number live in Shaloni, I must confess I've never visited the home of the Hetsaro. As they largely live in accordance with older traditions, I suspect they may have a dim view of the railroads. One with nature. Erinville is eager to be off to the Piari Yonan. Piari Yonan Plain. Come, let's follow Alika. There's another station on the way, so be sure to drop in. The train will be in the depot, but you can still see it from outside. I'm quite taken with the sleek design of the head end myself. Though if you peek through the windows, you can probably catch a glimpse of... Enough jabbering, Shenza. Thanks to these two, we finally have some real work to do. So let's get to it. We'll see you later. I suppose there's no harm in stopping at the station. It's on the way after all. Do we have a suitable horse? I've got a reindeer. I've got a crocodile. I've got a big wolf. I've got a bed. I guess the like earth one is kind of earth toned. No. I'm just gonna go with the motorcycle. Titan horse is brown, it's fair. You've got your horse. Whoa. Whoa. When did you get a horse? Do I at least have the Island Sanctuary motorcycle? I do. But it doesn't give me the speed boost. Fine. Can we catch a glimpse of this super special train? Listen, y'all are hyping up this train. I want to see it. What was it that one guy said? They're quite taken with the sleek design of the head end themselves. Yeah, let me be quite taken with your head end. Oh my god. Oh my god, Marin. It's so cute. Hell yeah. Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh, hell yeah. 10 out of 10. This is the most mid train I've ever seen in my entire life. Sure, okay. What a beautiful train. I must confess, the train is an impressive sight. Aaronville, no, they can't get to you too! You've been my brother in sarcasm this entire time! How easy it must be to ship goods throughout the wilds now. Right. Oh my sweet mother of God. Mewa Hetsoan should be to the northeast of here. Let's continue on. This is such a wild vibe. Although I'll tell you what, the train fuckery has been at an all-time low. So, more power to them. Such beauty. I know more than a few gleaners who would love to explore this land. Ah, there you are. The village is just up ahead. Truth be told, I've never had direct dealings with the people of Mewahetsoan, but I do know that their traditions mean a great deal to them, as does the land. Oh, is this the territory for the physical DPS, the melee DPS that we just took up? Ah, such lovely clean air. It feels like a treat after the overpowering ceruleum of Sheshanawezi Springs. The waters nearby are just as pristine. It's a paradise for people and animals both. I'm glad you appreciate the blessings of nature as we do. Oh, this is the cat boy who was at Wukalamat's coronation. Wasn't it? Greetings, travelers, and welcome. I am Huato. I am Huato, chief of Mewahetsoan. And this is my son, Shepeto. A pleasure to meet you. I thank you for the warm welcome, and apologize for our sudden intrusion. I'm Walika, station master of Tural Railin. The recent earthquake has damaged our tracks, and we require timber to make repairs. If you count every single plank that you need, I will deliver them directly to you. But you better make sure that your plank counting is at 100%. This is Elish and Aaronville, who have volunteered to assist us with the restoration effort. You've a most curious air about you, of oil and steel, tanned leather, and the faintest hint of far winds blown from a distant shore, though I know not where. I gather you are not from these lands? How did you know the name of my cologne? I hail from Eorzea. I'm a traveler of the star. Sure, I hail from Eorzea. truly. I would love to know more of you and the lands you have seen. It's because Elish is compensating for something. I am told your people hold your traditions in the highest, yet I gather you are curious about those of others as well? But of course, nature is boundless, as is our love for her lands and her children. The Hetso in particular have done much to guide our way of life. Where to hunt, to gather, to lay our heads, the Hetso teach us all these and more. It is for that reason, I believe, that we are attuned to the shifting winds around us. I see. That word, Hetso, it means leader of souls in the Hetsaro tongue, does it not? It does. There are many creatures revered as Hetso among the Hetsaro. Here we look to the Ronique for guidance. However, as you may have gleaned from our use of Aetherites, while we are committed to our traditions, this does not mean we reject all outside influences. That said, there are certain things that give us pause. We will furnish you with the timber you require, but first, as neighbors in this land, we ask that you indulge us in a discussion. We'd be glad to, of course. Wonderful. We do not often receive guests come such a long way, and my son is always so delighted to hear their tales. Now, if you'll follow me. Aw, the earwiggle. Oh, actually, I'll be right there, friends. But this is just free XP asking to be taken. Come on. A fun fact, in A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Ward, sometimes they did give you different emotes for certain zones, right? So like before the Statue of Gnawed Thal, you had to do /pray, right? So there have definitely been some other ones. Say, do you like to hunt? And what weapons do you like to use? If they follow the Ronique with the seasons, it makes sense that they would live in tents that can be broken down and transported easily. I did not attune to your Aetherite. I am going to attune to your Aetherite. How do they take the Aetherite with them? Very carefully, I imagine. They even constructed a nice platform around it. This tent is made with the hide and bones of Ronique. I wonder what else they are used for here. I will speak frankly. We fear the winds of change will soon bring misfortune to the land. The Ronique have made the potential for danger plain. As you may have heard, their temperament has become erratic of late. A stableman near Husatawi mentioned that. Do you know what has caused this? We have our suspicions. Since others were drawn to this land by ceruleum, Shaloni has undergone a transformation. And the railroads are a part of that. As strong and resilient as they may seem, Ronique are sensitive creatures. The roar of the train as it thundered through the plains may well cause them distress. Like, we get it, right? The B plot, the through line is that there's been like big storms, there've been big earthquakes, like something is going on behind the scenes, right? The roar of the train as it thunders through the plains may well cause them distress. As my father said, we do not necessarily reject outside influences or innovations, but in this, we can't help but worry. Understandably, I thank you for being forthright. Excuse me. This matter concerns not only the Hetzaro, but all of Shaloni. Perhaps we should bring this to the attention of Valcona. Valcona, you say? We know him only through rumors, but he is apparently, how shall I put this, a bit of a fuckboy. Hard-headed and aloof, he values technological advancement and efficiency to the detriment of all else. Mind your tongue, Geppetto. While there is a grain of truth to the rumors, he is not nearly as bad as they make him out to be. His journeys have changed him for the better, true. He's a bit awkward, so he tends to be misunderstood. True, but the Kona we met at the beginning was different than the Kona we got at the end. He's a passionate man who cares for his people, like his sister. I would definitely say his journeys have changed him for the better, right? The person that you say he was at the beginning, but the person that he is at the end is different. So in the course of traveling with him, you witnessed him change with your own eyes? Elish fought beside Valcona in the right of succession. I'd take his word over rumors. You took part in the right of succession? You're that close to the Dawn servants? I was grateful for any help, but if I had known you guys were that close to royalty, I would have asked for a lot more help. That's not what he said. I was grateful for any help, but had no idea I had recruited a bona fide hero. The succession of Dawn servants filled us with uncertainty for the future, but there is clearly much we do not know. On this particular occasion, the winds of change are not meant to be feared. No, we must open our hearts and minds that we might see Valcona for who he truly is. Do you think he might visit someday? Just as his father offered us guidance, I'm hopeful that he will do the same. Thank you for hearing and allaying our concerns. I'm glad we could speak. As for your timber, we have freshly cut logs near the lake. Please, take all that you can count up to. We're terribly grateful. I promise we'll keep the Ronique foremost in our minds as we continue working on the railroad. And if needs be, we'll seek Valcona's counsel. My thanks again for your time and the timber. We shall endeavor to return the favor. I hope to see you all again soon. That cannot be all that we're doing in Mewa Hetsoan. There's gotta be more here. This cannot be it. We must talk again soon. Next time, perhaps, on a hunt together. You'll come back, won't you? There's so much I'd like to know about the lands beyond Tural. Geppetto's gonna die. Listen, I was wrong about Kona. Kona survived until the end. Well, survived until where we are so far. Geppetto, dead. What do you mean, keep playing? I was planning on stopping here for the rest of the day and we were going to switch to Minesweeper. You mean I need to play more MSQ? We have to carry all of this back to the station? Yeah. We've more than enough timber to fix the ties. Now we need to transport it to the station, which will be a bit more involved than I thought. I didn't expect we'd be given so much. Mind waiting here a spell while I round up a few more hands and a Ronique? I won't be long. Minesweeper? Minesweeper time. Well, actually, it's not Minesweeper time because Tiger Iron has informed us that we have to keep playing. I'm glad that went well, and thankfully it seems we won't need to make several trips for the lumber. And the land would tremble. Erenville regards the pile of timber with undisguised weariness. While we wait, we could get started moving the timber somewhere more accessible. It shouldn't take long if we split the work. Oh, cool. My favorite part of the quests. Are they going to do the thing where like we have to like transport it within a certain amount of time and we can't like do any other actions while we're carrying it? Deliver the crate of timber to the main... Yup. How could I have guessed? Also, they are using the firmament animation. This is the exact animation that they do for when you've like made presents for people and you're delivering the presents. But those presents are ostensibly slightly less heavy than an entire crate of wood. Anyways, it's fine. We have no criticisms for this. This is so normal, actually. If you don't carry wood like this, it's because you're a coward. Another peak Lala moment? Oh my god, I didn't even consider what Lalas look like. Hey, Red Rebecca. Sorry, folks, it looks like my microphone is picking up something when I'm not chatting, so let me go ahead and fix that real fast. Or at least try to fix that to make sure everything is set up correctly. I have no idea what that sound could possibly be. Double check the DAWNTRAIL shields and they are indeed bugged. Only 1,267 block strength and block rate each, same as the relic shield from Endwalker. Well, good news, folks. I don't need to upgrade my shield anytime soon. I should think this will be enough. This is so bizarre. I don't have a fan running. I do have the laptop that I'm simulcasting from here. Let me try moving that. The noise cancellation has been really good aside from this exact moment. Yeah, all right, I'll just have to get over it. You'll have you know I'm wiping a group in 95 Dungeon constantly watching this stream. All right, Tigrine, I appreciate you, and I apologize for the inconvenience. We'll focus up. That was mighty kind of you to move all that lumber. I'm sorry we didn't make it back sooner. That's very funny. Thank you, JR. We'll see to the rest. Once we've repaired the tracks, we'll have you on the first train out of town. Ain't that right, Chief? As much as I'd love to make it so, there aren't any spots available. You'll have to wait for the one after, I'm afraid, but you'll be riding free of charge. It's the least we can do to repay your kindness. That's fine. Namika and no few others were here long before we arrived. It's only right they go before us. I hope you'll stop by and see the train off. It's a breathtaking sight, let me tell you. And Nito Wikwe will be driving. No engineer compares to her, and it's always a treat to watch her work. The only work we should be worried about is our own, Shenza, and we've still more to do. I'll find somewhere quiet near the station to pass the time. If there's anything else in Shaloni you're keen to see, I'll leave you to it. I will say, the Source's version of this crew is significantly better than the First's version of this crew so far. Man, this is really bugging me. Just wait till the trolley shows up? No! Have you guys been hearing the fan before and you've just all been too polite to bring it up? This is bizarre. Because, like, earlier this stream, we didn't have this problem. I don't know what's going on. No, that's because I just muted the mic, sorry. I don't think it's mic sensitivity, Clary, because I have my mic literally on the lowest possible option. I know it's a fan because of the audio mixer on the input. When I'm not talking, the mic is hovering at negative 35 decibels, which is unusual. It should not be doing that. The noise cancellation should be knocking that out. Yeah, I've been trying to move the mic. But that hasn't been helping too significantly either. Finally cleared that boss so you can watch this in peace? Alright, sorry. Yep. We'll focus up. I want to try one last thing super fast. Just got quiet. How quiet? Like, significantly too quiet? The mic got a lot quieter. Very quiet. Cool. Okay. This is insane. It's telling me now. I'm actually speaking quieter. Sorry, this is just technical difficulties, the stream. I'm about to give up in a second here. It's telling me now that the microphone is literally not picking some of these noises up. That OBS is telling me that it is picking up. Like, OBS is hovering at -45, and there is nothing on wavelength. It's so deeply frustrating to me. Okay, yeah. People are not here to watch me play microphone adjustment simulator. So here we go. We're just gonna keep rocking and rolling, and if some other problem comes on later, we'll deal with it when it comes up. That is deeply aggravating to me, though. Okay. We'll handle the rest of the work from here. You just sit tight now. My thanks again for your timely assistance. Won't be long now before the tracks are fixed and you're on your way. Oh, is that Felix? It'll be good to have the train running again. I miss the sound of her barreling down the tracks. I see. Did he get to eat the housefly? Had your fill of the sights? Well, they appear to have almost finished. Upon proceeding, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. You know, video game, I'm not sure if I'll be able to set aside the necessary time, but I can tell you what, I'll be able to set aside the necessary beating up my computer so that way it's not giving me weird audio information. Who is this ghost possessing my microphone? It's fine. Yes, we have wait for the train to depart from the station. Yes, it's fine. I appreciate that, JR. I'll just try not to look at the audio mixer giving me weird info. Oh, and that's cute instead of steam, right? Because it's a cerulean-powered train. It's venting cerulean vapor up there.
A glorious grand machine indeed. I hope Namika was able to secure a seat.
Erenville, do not become a train fucker.
Here she comes!
Okay. God. Is it bad? I'm just imagining a pterodactyl coming and like knocking it off the tracks.
Thanks to you, we managed to resume service much faster than anticipated. You have our gratitude.
There's nothing so enchanting as a cerulean-powered engine in motion.
Sure, okay.
Ain't that the truth? Don't think I'll ever tire of watching them chugging along. They make wagons look like toys.
And so long as we can lay the tracks, she can go on and on and on. Before you know it, she'll be crossing the entire continent.
Okay.
Railroads are a somewhat recent addition to Tural. As it stands, we can only ferry folks as far as Yasolani. And from an operational standpoint, we still have much to learn. There's always some problem or another to deal with. But we'll keep working at it. We'll hone our craft and continue expanding till one day, our trains are running coast to coast. That's the ultimate dream.
Okay. They are definitely not as horny for trains as the first crew were.
Goodness, I completely lost track of time. By now, I expect the train will be nearing Yasolani. When it returns, we'll see you on your way. So if you've got any preparations to make, you better make them quick.
Uh-oh.
Not another one!
You can't be serious.
Oh my god. They're using the light sound effect from the first two. Hello?
Gods have mercy.
Oh, that's normal. No, we had one of those back in the Dravanian hinterlands. It was just keeping the Primal Alexander.
What in the
It's fine.
flying? What's happening?
No, don't worry about it. These are normal.
The train, Nitobikwe and the others.
My home lies that way as well.
Okay, Erenville, now I feel like an asshole when you put it that way.
We're going to investigate. Right now!
But it's literally just... it's fine. I'm sorry, what the fuck is happening?
What in the world? Are they heading for Tuliolal.
Sorry. Sorry. Time out. What the fuck is happening right now? Well, we need to follow that airship, I guess. You helped some train fuckers and an anime boy in the Wild West. What could be wrong right now? I don't know. Apparently it ushered in the frickin' fidget toy, like, drone brigade. Oh my god.
Heavens forfend.
You're here. Good, good. They came from the sky and attacked without any warning.
Okay, so are we to assume, like, contextualize this as Zeralja? What about the rest of
The
Shock
people
Tural?
need our help.
This is a lot. I'm sorry.
Can you stand?
Try to remain
Suspension of
calm,
disbelief.
everyone.
Suspension of disbelief. Suspension of disbelief.
What the?
Yep. Uh-huh. This is so normal. This is so normal.
I
It's
don't know
so
what they
good,
are.
actually.
But they're not men.
It's called women, LSA. Yep. I feel so normal about this.
Someone help me, please. Oh, oh.
Bastard!
I feel so normal about this. Literally, what the fuck are you on about?
What did it just do?
Is it two orbs to represent soul aether and mind aether? Like the whole Monteshane bullshit lecture in Endwalker? Hell yeah, Bakul Jaja.
Thank you.
Save the fix. Just get to safety.
Oh, did you hear the little tremor in his voice? The dipshit. Oh, listen. I have to accept that Bakul Jaja and I are friends.
Fall back to the palace.
I have to accept that in blind faith. If I didn't, we'd still be in Mamook.
Thank you, Bakul Jaja.
Bakul Jaja makes more sense than the fidget spinner boys who have just descended from the heavens. I don't understand, though. Why would they take memory and soul aether if that's what they're doing? And what are we... So the soldiers are drones?
This is simply how I do things now.
That's what I've been saying about you for a while now.
Chase my blade next.
Bakul Jaja being the head of the Landsguard makes a lot of sense, actually. Literally, who the fuck is this? Literally, who are you? Fucking hate video games. Okay, cool. Also, to your earlier question, Wirebone, smash. Kettenram is here now? What the fuck is happening? Tell me this is a joke. I'm so angry right now.
But you should still live.
Final Fantasy 2077. Zeralja fucking went into the City of Gold or whatever, and he was like, hey, can you cyber me up? And they were like, sure thing, bud. I have just the cyber suit to cyber you up. And now Zeralja's like, I'm super cybered. You ain't never seen anyone cyber like me before, Dad. Fuck off.
Zeralja?
By the gods, what has happened to you?
What has happened to him is he just has some purple lines through him, Kona. It's called body paint. Any middling to high-end freaking cosplayer will be able to help you do this.
Isn't it?
It's not looking good for the Zeralja supporters.
After everything you've done in service to the throne, how could you betray us?
What is happening?
My demand is simple. The dissolution of Tuliolol and surrender of all its territories.
Okay, Zeralja. Listen, bestie. Listen. You've gotten yourself a glow up. You were always one of my favorite antagonists. Why would you demand the dissolution of Tuliolol and then the surrender of all of its territories? If you take over Tuliolol while it's still Tuliolol, then you've got one central administration you've got to deal with. If you dissolve Tuliolol, now you've got 9 different heads of state you've got to coordinate with. Just, like, that's not a good idea. Like, Zeralja, you're my favorite of the villains so far, but, like, that wasn't a very smart thing for you to say.
Refuse, and I will kill every last one of you.
Oh no, he's gonna kill all of us. Oh no.
No, my ambition remains unchanged. To teach the masses the folly of war, that they cry out for peace, and thus unite the world.
I literally don't know what the fuck you're talking about, mate.
What has changed you so much and in so short a time? To harm the very people you swore to serve. This is an unforgivable deed committed by my son. My son!
You have heard my ultimatum.
And you will have my answer. By my hands, I will end your madness.
Papa, wait! I should be the one to do this.
No. His sins are mine to bear.
I don't get it though, because the only thing that we know,
Not. Ozoralja is strong. He has never been Father's equal in combat.
Zoralja's whole thing was he needs to prove himself worthy of the miracle. But like, how is this doing it?
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Is he talking about the head of Resolve? I believed you long dead?
Farewell, Zoralja, my son. And forgive me.
What?
Despite his old age, the mighty Gulul Jaja remains a fearsome foe indeed. You retain the vitality of two souls, despite the passing of one.
Okay.
I shall even the odds.
Fuck off. Oh wow, now his eyes are red.
Papa?
No.
Even the blessed are mortal.
Father!
You are no match for me.
Murderer. On my honor, as vow of resolve, I'll make you pay!
So the once faint-hearted girl would live up to her title. Very well. If only to demonstrate the disparity between us, I give you a chance to prove yourself. Rally the entirety of your strength. Lay siege to my kingdom. Strike me down, like I did father. Then, will you be his worthy successor?
All of this is so nonsensical.
Trolley, wait!
My warships will remain in your skies. When you fail to prove your worth, I shall order them to lay waste to Tural. Choose your next steps wisely.
Like, you're asking me to accept the premise that Zaralja went into the City of Gold or whatever, got all of this power, and none of his worldview was shaken? That he just went, I'm just gonna keep doing exactly as I did, but now with an army of super fidget spinner soldiers. Lads, we are at the next ad break. I do apologize. So I'm gonna run ads now because I'm just flabbergasted, and frankly, I am moments away from doing another detour into Ishgard because I'm just very frustrated. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go get some water. I'm gonna go on a very quick break, and then we're gonna come back. And then we're gonna see how we're feeling, because freaking getting all cybered up is apparently the next step in anyone's power progression. So I'll be back. I'll be back in a little bit. !travel if you want to know more about the Tural travel log. I'll be back. I'll see you all soon. All right, so I've been looking at it, and I think we can go ahead and do a couple of Allied Society quests. It looks like I've got all 6 of mine up for today, so we can go do the Mughals. We're almost at Sworn. We're just 230 points. And it's just 490 points to maxing out to getting to the next rank of Vanu Vanu. So we're really close. So I'm thinking of letting you guys choose between Vanu Vanu or Mughals, if you guys have any particular preference. Yeah, I know. MSQ. Mughal, perfect. Does MSQ stand for Mughal Society Quests? I figured it out. We're going back to the Churning Mists, everybody. We're going to go back to the place where it all started. 12 have mercy. We did everything we could. Everything. But it simply wasn't enough. I can scarcely believe my eyes. If 10 million fireflies. How could this happen? Father, no. This cannot be. No. Papa can't die. He can't. No time for tears. Wukalamat is struggling to process what she has witnessed. You know what this is? This is when in Stormblood, you're in the resonant chamber, and there's all of the bodies of all of the other people who are being sacrificed to give one person the resonance. This is what this sequence is. That is literally, Xenos has just popped out super resonant and is impossible to beat. No time for tears. Wukalamat is struggling to process what she has witnessed. How could this happen?
Enough. I am beyond saving.
Father, please. You can't give up.
Are you there, oh friend?
What the fuck is this, was happening right now with Ketenram? Because I was saying motherfucker better be dead.
I'm right here.
Ketenram had better been 6 feet in the ground.
Look after my children. What? I'm an old fossil like you. I've only got so many years left.
And also, I already fucked up.
It would be an honor. You and I must go on another journey together someday. Aye, you can count on it. Oglamat. Kona.
Yes, Papa.
The graves of the Yokui. You saw them, yes? I always found their teachings comforting.
Please, Father, you must save your strength.
Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. Through you, my hopes survive. Through you, I live on. So do not mourn me. Walk tall and see our nation to a brighter future.
Also promise me you'll never get chromed up like Zeralja. He has too many cybernetics, and his essence score is gonna go way down. You'll get it when you're older and play Shadowrun. I'm sorry. Like this is genuinely deeply emotional, right? Like I really liked Galul Jaja, right? Like they've taken a good character that I felt a lot of things about and they've killed him. But I just wish it didn't feel so whimsical. Like, yes, I get it. I'm lacking the context. The rules have never changed. The rules have been written from the very beginning. I just don't know what the rules are yet. I'm aware of conventional storytelling methodology. Thank you. The point is that if I was going to have my character, like, Zeralja doesn't look like he's, like, the main character. Zeralja looks like he's a Transformers X Dino Warriors, like, crossover. Right? Like, and like, I don't want to be insulting about this, but who Zeralja was before looked like a badass. Like, who Zeralja was before, I was like, this guy is gonna fuck some shit up. Now, he looks like a fucking promotional toy for Godzilla vs. Kong 4K, like, 47 or some shit. Like, I just like, his stupid little antennae, his, like, whole thing, like, why? Like, okay, fine, you gotta cyber him up. Give him those purple lines on his skin, fine. But, like, I don't know. Like, it feels nonsensical because the entire premise that we have been asked to accept from the very beginning of Final Fantasy XIV with the Alligans is that the reason why some swords are better at fighting than others is not just that the swords are made out of a better material, it's you channeling your aether through it. So the idea has always been that people who are skilled at fighting are better at channeling their aether through their weapons, through their arms. And so if I am to accept that core concept of all of Final Fantasy XIV, the point has always been it doesn't matter what it's made out of unless it is somehow etherically more conductive. So that's the reason why sometimes you can have scenes where a Garlean has a chainsaw sword and a normal person has a normal sword, and the Magitech chainsaw sword doesn't just instantly break through the normal iron sword, right? That is the entire premise that we have been asked to accept from the very beginning of time. So why did we cyber Zeralja up? Like, why did we why did we yes, and now your chest will have a triangle on it. A bigger uniboob. Rip and tear, exactly. You're writing this down for me as well. Thank you, Nixus. The story is telling and showing you that you don't fully understand the situation and that the situation has changed. I get that. It just feels... It's the same problem I had with Solution 9 from the very beginning. And the problem is that all of the beginning of Dawntrail told me that I wasn't going to have that problem. The writing in the beginning of Dawntrail was tight. Now, I don't know what's happening. And maybe the writing will be tight as well. But I'm not left with that feeling right now. What I'm left with is this very emotional betrayal scene that Zoralja could have done, throwing a normal military coup as captain of the Landsguard, has now been upended and superseded by, we've got purple robots. It's called an inflection point in the narrative. Wow, now that you've named it, I feel better. Wow, now that you've called it an inflection point, all of my bad feelings have gone away, and now I think Zoralja is a super cool villain. At a time like this, we must take the initiative. There will be countless people in need of help. Galul Jaja was so proud to be succeeded by his children, to think that he will never get to see them carry on his legacy. What can we do now? I don't understand. If only I'd been more careful. Like, why is Ken Ram alive? Why is Ken Ram not dead? Why is Galul Jaja dead, but Ken Ram, who we had to get the keys from, alive? We must see to the people, assess casualties, as well as any damage done to the city. Yes. Right. So, Val Wuklamat, Val Kona, I bring word from the city. The enemy has withdrawn, and the Landsguard have begun rendering aid to the people. I'm really pissed at that Dishonored reference, Shay. Casualties within our ranks have hindered progress, but we continue to do all we can. I thank you for the report. Please inform the Guard that they are to prioritize such efforts until further notice. The people, I need to help them. We will assist you in whatever way we can, of course. Thank you. Thank you. There are sure to be wounded everywhere, more than I could count. We'll split up and help all of them. You can count on us. If Wuklamat kills Zoralja Kingdom, I will be very happy. Alphino and Alice, could you take Bayside Bevy, and Kryl and Erinville, the palace perimeter? As for Elish, please come to the Resplendent Quarter with me. We'll all meet back here afterwards. I gotta change out of cowboy glam. I can't believe y'all made me make cowboy glam for like 2 quests. All of my glams are for tanks. Oh my god, should I keep Cowboy Glam? Also, why don't Wukalamat and Kona know what happened to Ketenram? I assumed Ketenram got there with Zerilja. I'm not gonna lie to you, I thought Ketenram was Zerilja's hostage. Like, the other thing that makes this feel so deeply unsatisfying is the sensation that, like, I don't know what the takeaway is supposed to be right now. Sleep tight, Underfriend. Hostage, yeah. Seems like a real hostage kind of guy. But then that begs the question, what did happen to him, right? Like, because fucking, Zeralja and Cyrilja had his fucking keystones, right? So what? He fucking buried it in a hole in the ground, and Cyrilja used a magic dowsing spell, find keystone at third level, and then found all the magic keystones buried in the ground, right? Like what did Ketenram do with them that Zerilja and Cyrilja could find them? I don't know. Are any of these died? No. We'll get rid of this one. Oh, damn, we got a magic scry orb. And like, yes, I am hearing you when you are saying that I just need to be patient, that all of my questions will be answered. I get that. But the point is that, like, from the narrative beat of, like, this... Oh, I've got it on Paladin Gladiator, that's why. From the concept of them having narrative beats. Because, like, all of what made A Realm Reborn to Endwalker so good was that they had clearly established everything ahead of time. You knew everything that was going to happen. And yes, obviously we had the thunderstorms. The thunderstorms are some sort of premonition. Yes, obviously we've had people talking about earthquakes. Obviously the earthquakes are some sort of premonition. But like, I don't believe the airship is Allegan's. Maybe it's going to turn out that it was Allegan's and I'm going to be very unhappy, but fine. Like, I don't understand this whole conceptualization of like, just get cybered up, and now you'll just get 50 cc's of aether injected directly into your spine, and now you won't die. Like, it just, like, the diametric change to the narrative is so aggravating. And I have to assume it's got to do something with the reflections of the source, because why else bring up the trolley fuckers? Like, obviously what they're prepping you for is some sort of conversation of the reflections, because they're bringing up, hey, do you remember the first? Do you remember the reflections that were on the first? Now they're on the source. Get ready for more reflection fuckery. They dismissed the Allegan angle, yeah. The devs told us this is the beginning of a new arc and you're mad about new things. Tiger Eye? What you are suggesting is that if someone tells you it's the beginning of the new arc, it's totally chill for them to just introduce, I don't know, fucking the most here is the problem with what you are suggesting by saying it is a new arc, it's time to introduce new things, is that you're implying that I just get to pick the last 10 years of narrative up and throw it in the bin. If that is what you are telling me a new arc is, fine. I will stop comparing anything to anything we have ever learned in the past. But if the last 10 years of writing is worth anything, it should serve as some sort of road mark. Or am I to expect that this isn't Final Fantasy XIV anymore, this is now Final Fantasy XVII? The idea that it is a new story arc means that you just get to do everything brand new is unhinged. I do want more Heaven's Ward Forever. It's true. JR is right. That doesn't piss me off. Game of Thrones Season 8 moment. It's not a, like... New story, people, get ready for it. Like, that's not fair, right? That's not a 100% fair comparison. Obviously, Final Fantasy XIV is sticking to a lot of through lines, right? Well, there's a lot of through lines that have been established before about ancient civilizations that got massively technologically advanced, and then the Asians sort of went, you're getting too big for your britches, knocked the support struts out from underneath them, and then collapsed the whole thing, right? That's the whole story with the Alligans. That's the whole story with Mach and Amdapor, right? I'm not saying that the idea of there being a technologically advanced society is impossible, but what I am saying is that it's very frustrating for you to spend all of this time, all of this setup, and then for the entirety of all of the things that you like about Gulul Jaja, about the fact that they've already gone to the City of Gold, that Galuf sealed the City of Gold, that there were all of these narrative precautions, and Zerilja just gets past them because, woo, I had both of the keys necessary to the nuclear codes, and now I'm all cybered up, is nonsense. Because you need to remember, the way that they got in the first place is 1, Ken Ram had all 7 of the keystones as an emergency backup, don't worry about it. And also 2, that Cerealja just borrowed the key to the City of Gold from the fucking vaults, and no one stopped him! Anyways, it's fine. I feel fine about this, actually. Actually, I feel fine about this. Actually, it's totally fine, and I don't know why any of you guys would think that I have strong feelings about this. I'm misrepresenting what you're saying. The new arc means that we're going to experience new things and come into contact with things that you didn't come into contact with before. Nothing is being thrown in the bin. You are right, Tigerine. I am straw-manning your argument because I'm very angry and I feel emotionally betrayed. That is a fair assessment. Yes, there are rules that are in play that I was not aware of that are being established for a new arc. My feeling of betrayal is not being diminished by that knowledge. Still have the relationships with the people you've met along the way, and have some of them still on your journey together. It's true. Emmett Selk told us at the end of Endwalker that you know very little about Aetheris. Oh, and my feelings on Emmett Selk is that he's a great guy. I love Emmett Selk. Demised, famous Emmett Selk enjoyer. You're right, it's nonsense. If only the story would explain it, but we'll never know because we're picking pants and yelling. Sure, fine. Ket was the guardian of the door, so he had the keys, but who was gonna stop him? The weird bipedal fish? Yeah. Whether we like him or not, he never lies to you. Tigerine, he literally... we can't do this. We gotta move on. We gotta move on. Fucking what hat am I choosing? I've got a lot of circlets I should get rid of. Oh, actually, I like this hat. I shouldn't choose it, but I do like it. God, I've never once been happy with a samurai glam I've ever put together. I just like, and this is the other problem that is so deeply frustrating to me. Like, the Sharlayans have the new Ragnarok, right? Like, we've already done the Coils of Bahamut, right? Like, the Coils of Bahamut literally talk about how we were aware of the whole time that they were spaceships. We've gone to the fucking moon, right? Sure, okay, you're asking me to just be like, suspension of disbelief, oh, it's all fine, like, all of this is totally fine, it all absolutely makes sense in the canon. Sure, fine. Where, like, when purple fucks exploded out of the dome or whatever the fuck just happened, why do we not have a response yet at this point? Why are we not prepared? Why is it that every single goddamn time it catches us just as off guard as the first time? Oh, because it's a surprise attack. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I forgot that all countries are responsible for, you know, just disarming across the board, except for when the next surprise transdimensional invader comes up. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot that no one should be prepared for a transdimensional invasion, because it's not like it's happened 6 or 7 times by now. No, you're right. I'm sorry. It is unreasonable for me to suggest that we be prepared for, I don't know, magic depression birds from space. That's an unreasonable request for me to make. Sorry. Anyways, I am still depressed about Galul Jaja being killed. I just like this is, okay, yes, I get your point. Why would they have some sort of defense against fucking space fidget spinners? I get it. The point of this is not a reasonable thing to prepare for is valid. But the Garleans, with all of their airships, the entire reason why the Agrius was defeated was because Midgardsormr fucking exploded out of a hole and crashed the Agrius. We have literally, either the Eorzean Alliance, the Eastern Alliance, we have literally never been prepared for the bad things that happen to us. The plot contrivance, which has always saved every single one of these societies that has ever existed or ever will exist, as evidenced by Dawntrail, is that the Warrior of Light is there. Like, and this is like, JR, I know you're making a joke about the Tony Stark build a shield around the star, but this is my point, right? Is like, okay, in the beginning, it was like crazy. It was crazy that the Garleans had Magitech armor. Whoa, the Garleans have Magitech armor and we are all in boats. That's bizarre. What's happening? So then we find out that the Garleans got the Magitech armor from the Allegan Empire. They unearthed the ruins of the third astral era, and in there were Garlean ruins, and we were like, wow, that's crazy. They got all of the Garleans got all of their Magitech from the fucking Allegan Empire, and the Allegan Empire has all of these ruins around Eorzea. Fucking fine. Great. So the premise that we are now being asked to accept is that after all of that time, after all of that preparation and all that technological development that Eorzea had, they did what with it? And like, yes, okay, we're in Tural. Tural's not the same as Eorzea. But literally the whole premise is that Kona is bringing technological innovations over from Charlayan. Yes, I realize the Ragnarok was not public knowledge. I realize that it was secret. But the point still stands that if the entire premise is that everyone is technologically developing as well, right? Like, when the whole premise about these invaders and shit happens, like, we're just never prepared. And then Zoralja being like, ha ha ha, I am cybered up now, and now I will teach the world the value of peace by doing a bunch of war crimes. Why? Is the Eorzea in the room with Tuliolal right now? That's literally Kona's point! Kona didn't prepare everyone for space invasion while getting the blimps installed. But that's my point! Not everyone's technologically developing. The Garlean Empire and its manufacture of Magitech was stopped by the fall of the Empire. But the technology didn't just go away. We've been harvesting... I forgot that radios stopped existing when the inventor of the radio died. Peaceful times in Tural maybe didn't pressure them. Agree with Kona, though. I will teach them the value of peace by removing it from them and destroying their hopes for it. We have fucking magic. We don't need radios. I'm going to... Okay. No, it's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm having a great time. I love video games. You should be all right now. Cool. Actually, I was told I'll be all right now, so it's fine. If you're still in pain, there's no need to push yourself. No, radio stopped existing because video killed the radio star. That's fair. You win this round. Like, this is the thing. Zoralja was already the head of the Landsguard. If Zoralja wanted to throw a coup, I don't understand why they didn't just use his assets inside of Tural. If the whole point is, I want a war so people will learn to appreciate peace, he was there. Like, he had the most supporters. He was the most popular. He has the command of the Landsguard. He's literally the most in charge. Gotta continue MSQ or Tuliolal will remain in this depressive state forever. Fine. Should we worry about my blood pressure? We'll get over it. My thanks. I'll be fine now. But we failed to protect the people. Why did so many have to die? Where were Val Wuklamat and Val Kona? Angered soldier? I am about to fucking pick you up, tie you to the railroad tracks, and have the train fuckers run you over. What the fuck did you want Wuklamat and Kona to do? Okay. Thank you. They're not to blame. I understand. I do, but... I need to clear my head. Okay. I wasn't saying that Wuklamat and Kona are directly responsible. I'm saying that it's deeply frustrating that apparently the rate of advancement of technology in Eorzea, despite the fact that the Garleans have fucking literally giant airships that probably could have dealt with fucking Thunder Fidget Toy and the fucking legion of like quadruped boys, is like fucking, like, the Garleans already had this tech. Right? Like, if this same thing happened in Garlemald pre-fall, Garlemald probably would have been sitting pretty. I appreciate the doubts. Tuliolal did not want the warlike societies of Eorzea to come over to their country. Yes, I get... I get the premise that Tural is conceptually and ideologically, moralistically, a very different place. That has not been lost on me. The entire 5 levels of MSQ in Tural, I wasn't sleeping through those. I wasn't cutscene skipping through those. I get that part. Listen, you... I bet legitimate King Valigarmanda could have taken care of them. Fuck. Theo, I want you to know that this wouldn't have happened while Valigarmanda was in charge is the fucking funniest shit I have heard today. Thank you, Theo. Thank you, sir. But my husband and son, they were... Bakul Jaja, our boy, knew what to do. We can't. I refuse to accept this joke. Sikkim Snake King. The robots are quite fraudulent. He would have eaten the key and opened the portal and gone in like a ferret. I don't know exactly what we're going for with that one, but I will say I don't think I'm there yet. We've scarcely had time to welcome our new rulers, and now this? Can't we have a day of peace in this damned country? Thanks. I think I'm all right. Did you see them? Those soldiers. They looked like people, but they killed and killed with no hesitation. If they attack us again, how can we hope to defend ourselves? Where were you hurt? Okay. Here is the other thing that I will say about where I am right now. I think it is not an unfair assessment that I am currently suffering grief as well. Right? I think it is not unfair to say that my reaction right now is based off of a degree of panic. Excuse me. Because the design document for the first half of MSQ feels like it has been thrown out the window. And I will be the first to say that I might not be making sense. That being said, Zeralja didn't need to go get cybered up for this exact story beat to be exactly the way that it is. I just don't understand why the only way Zeralja could have gotten to this point is by him going to the Golden City and doing that whole part. Because Kryl has already said that through the Echo, Kryl has seen into Zeralja's mind, and by seeing through the Echo, she has seen such a dark desire. Never before has Kryl seen someone harbor such dark feelings for their kin as Zeralja felt for Wuklamat and Kona in that moment. Sure, fine. If Zeralja is the miracle, the resilient one, and that is the premise that we have been led to accept, is that he says, I have still not proven myself worthy of the miracle. How is this proving himself worthy of the miracle in a significantly different way? And yes, I get it. We don't know why he said, I thought you were dead, Dad. Sure, fine, we haven't seen any of that shit. But this, to me, has the same, it's not exactly the same, I will concede there's probably plenty I do not know about with Zeralja, but it has the same smatterings of Bakul Jaja being beaten by Wuklamat once and then doing an immediate about face. Like, I love Bakul Jaja. They did not give him time to grow and develop. They just said, accept that this is the way that Bakul Jaja is now, and we all went, okay, I guess we have to accept that this is the way Bakul Jaja is now. I just don't feel like Zeralja was already considered the equal of Gulul Jaja in combat when he was appointed to the head of the Landsguard. That was the entire thing Wuklamat tells us during that beginning part. You refuse to spoil this game, so stop tempting you. Stop. Hi, Sheila. It's good to see you. Didn't he? It was established that he couldn't beat his Gulul Jaja. Even with cybernetic implants, he still lost and had to cheat with the rest. But like, okay. This is the exact same. This is the exact same point as what happened with Bakul Jaja, right? Is like Bakul Jaja cheats. Like, fucking Zeralja isn't like, oh, I can only do fights in a fair stand-up one-on-one. Zeralja killed Zeralja by stabbing him in the back. Why does Zeralja care about beating his dad in a fair one-on-one? If his all-consuming dark ambition is simply to rule the world, right? Like, then it doesn't matter that he's cheating to beat his dad. It doesn't matter if he gets 50 soldiers in there with him in the room to kill Gulul Jaja, right? The point is that his dark ambition is all-consuming. Something spoilers. The thing is, when I find out I'm not going to be satisfied, I bet you fucking dollars to donut that's true. You can't wait to see me do the rest of the story. This is great. Oh my god. Thank you. I thought I was done for. I heard something disturbing. The enemy leader? They say he looked like Zeralja. But that can't be true, can it? Why would the first promise attack his own people? But if it was him, what happens now? Is he going to come back? What do we do if he does? He used all of his powers on the golden alpaca. He had nothing left. I mean, you know what? It's a shiny alpaca, right? I'm gonna have to pay 50 million gil to get that alpaca someday. You know what? And good for it. The weather is ominous clouds, and I do actually like that as a thing. Thank you. The pain is better now, but I can't stop shaking. Where did they come from? Why did they attack us? And why are those things still in the sky? We had peace under Gulul Jaja. We were safe, but now... I'm sorry I raised my voice. It's just, I don't know what to do. I didn't talk to the other NPCs that we helped, so yeah. You can still see the ships in the sky. What is the name of that theater ship that you get in the Evil East raids, the Majestic? It reminds me a little bit of the Majestic. It also gives me a little bit of the Void Arc, right? The Maki, like, prison ship where they imprisoned all of the Void Scent that they basically couldn't control. It's giving me a little bit of that too, right? The Prima Vista. Thank you, Clary. I ain't apologizing for jack or squat, Nixus. Did all of the other boys we helped despawn? No, they're still here. Okay. The ships are still in Shaloni too, but you don't know about the other zones. Interesting. Why did this happen? You can't believe he's fine with hurting my feelings and yelling at me. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. If you... I've got bad news. I can believe it. I cannot remember if there were any more boys further up. I think we've spoken with all of the boys who are still here. Like, they just gotta do a lot of work to make me accept whatever the hell they're going to say Zeralja's motivation is. And you know what? I'll tell you what. If they do all the work necessary, I will fucking apologize for hurting your feeling, Nixus. I'll tell Tigerine they were right. If they do the work necessary to make all of this make actual sense, fine. But if this is all post-facto justification that they were like, wouldn't it be cool if we had a bunch of drones riding drones? And then they worked backwards? We're gonna have words. They have been laying that groundwork since the beginning. Saying that there is a thunderstorm does not mean that they've laid the groundwork. You've finished aiding the people here? Thank you. There were children among the wounded. Children. No, now isn't the time. There are still others who need help. Okay. Let me tell you, this is how fucking lost in the sauce I am. If Solution 9 is some sort of arc from another reflection, and all of these drones that killed people and then sucked up their those 2 balls of aether, if that is their memory aether and their soul aether, and the premise that we are being told to accept is that there were people who didn't want to accept the arc solution, and so all of the drones went around killing all of the people from their reflection of the shard, and so this was the way to mandatorily enforce the exodus, is people got slurped up, and that there's just a giant vat somewhere with everyone's soul aether and memory aether, because then they could just reconstitute the material bodies or some shit like that, I will still not be happy. If it's oh, well, they're not really dead. Their souls and their memories have been absorbed into our giant soul and memory vat, and now they'll be spit back out. I will still be just as angry as I am right now. You just unwillingly got put into the Squid Game? Yeah, for real. No, now isn't the time. There are still others who need help. Could you go to see how things are at Talon March? And afterwards, go and find Alice at Bayside Bevy. Because, yes, there was that very purposeful scene where one of the drones killed someone and slurped up 2 balls of aether. I get that. Ooh, you don't know what's happening. Obviously, I don't know what's happening. I am sorry for yelling at everyone other than Nixus. I apologize for raising my voice at everyone who isn't Nixus. I do not apologize to Nixus specifically. But I am sorry for everyone else. I'm just very passionate, and I'm very passionate in the worst possible way, which is that I'm the problem is that I really liked the setup. The first half was very good, And so this being the sort of drumbeat which is used to say, all right, everything that happened in the first half, basically throw it away, is like, prepare now for future rage. Possible mic turn off with him screaming. Yeah. My voice volume or octave. Little bit of column A, little bit of column B. There is no evidence of significant damage from the battle. The fighting did not spread this far, it seems. The fresh scorch marks on the ground are doubtless from the enemy assault. The shop appears to have weathered the chaos, though its wares have been strewn across the floor. So what is the point of this? Is the point of this part to tell us that their objective wasn't like the destruction of the city, that they were mainly focused on doing damage to the people? I must protect the people. Seeing other players going about their business does take away from it a little bit. I mean, like, I'll be honest, I'm actually looking at it more from the perspective that, like, these people are like other adventurers who are going through to like help people. But I'm not too terribly upset about having other lads about, you know. The port remains unscathed, but the enemy ships continue to loom overhead. And it's like, they always use airships to demonstrate some sort of, like, technological superiority. Which, like, fine, sure, obviously, like, in the real world, and, like, having some sort of airborne vehicle is the final part of the nuclear triangle, right? But, like, I don't know. Like, if Ishgard can create a bunch of magical wards to protect their city from airborne attacks, like, I don't know. Like, obviously not every city is going to be like, erect the magical barrier that's powered by 12 pairs of dragon eyes or whatever. But like, whatever. Those RPers behind the tent doing good work for the citizen, God's work for the citizens. Yeah, fair enough. Looks cool, right? Here's the thing. I'm sure, Mama, I am sure that when we get there, it's gonna be like, and this makes all of this worthwhile. This is going to make all of this make sense. I just, like, oh boy. They've got a lot of work ahead of them for me. The people are shaken. We must do what we can to help them, and quickly. I've helped all those I could, and seen them delivered into the land's god's care. As many casualties as there are, it would have been worse if the land's god hadn't fought as bravely as they did. And if Zeralja actually meant to harm the people... I mean, look around. The buildings are hardly damaged. And so the point is that the attack was about gathering all the people. And with what we know about the Golden Dream, which is that there's this golden paradise where everybody is in there and happy forever. It lends itself again to the Ark concept, right? That whatever the dream that all the Yakhoi had was some sort of like advertising broadcast that might have been done for a possible Ark where it was originally, and then when it got over here, they didn't have a way to turn it off or whatever, and that's why you had the golden paradise, right? There's like two factions inside of whatever the Ark is. There's the militaristic faction that's like, oh, like, we're just gonna take people by force no matter what. And there's the like peaceful faction that's like, oh, let's like bribe people and induce them to come of their own free will. Like, I'm not blind to narrative beats. You're sitting and waiting patiently for me to get to the final zone and praying that I have an ounce less of this energy when I get there. Oh no. I mean, look around. The buildings are hardly damaged. I suspect his aim was more to incite fear, to show that he could strike whenever he pleases. But we can discuss that later. How is Lamati? Even after what happened to her father, she's trying so hard to fulfill her duty to the people. Yes, Wukalamat is doing a great job being a leader. I'm sorry, I let my anger cloud me from that. Wukalamat has obviously grown into the position of a head of state. Still, everyone has their limits. She needs rest, and soon. Someone mentioned seeing her head towards the shore. Perhaps she's gone to the Gornitruck Gleam Sands. All this wreckage. I will say, them getting Namika out,
Steady
so
now.
Namika's not dead
I
here,
brought you medicine. Drink.
does actually make me feel slightly better. Because I was wondering why Wukalamat would have Namika leave the capital.
There you are, Lamati. I was beginning to...
Come on. Come on. Take it. Please.
Lamati. Lamati!
How? How could I?
Look at me, Lamati. You need rest. You and him both. I will tend to this soul.
But my people, I have to help them.
The Landsguard have matters well in hand. Trust in them.
Here is another way in which I would accept that I am an asshole. If we have the Ihihana festival and the Hanu's ship, which like helps support their harvest, shoots a laser beam which blows up the like giant ship over the harbor. If that happened, I'd go cohesive narrative. Chekhov's giant land boat. I was wrong the whole time. If that happens, I will say that I was wrong the entire time and that I messed up.
If there's another attack, your people will need you to protect them. They'll need you to be sharp. So please rest. Consider it your duty.
I stood before them all. Said that we'd build a nation where everyone knows happiness.
Because here is the reason why this scene doesn't jive with me. Situation number 1. They should have been prepared for the attack, and so therefore they were, right? Because like this is the problem. This is the problem with the war narrative so far in every single part of Final Fantasy XIV, is that the aggressor is always leaps and bounds technologically above, right? So, situation 1. Wuk-Lamat should have been more prepared, and Wuk-Lamat did have the tools necessary, and Wuk-Lamat and Kona and Galul Jaja all were lax in their responsibilities. Except that's not the premise that we are being told to accept, right? The premise is that they came out of nowhere, that there was no possible way to expect this, which makes this entire situation feel nonsensical. Right? All of this is exactly the same way that I felt when the ancients were like, ooh, we just have creation magic and every Asian can just imagine whatever the fuck they want. And then when they have the intention behind it, they just creation magic things into existence. And that's why it's okay for Emmett Selk to think everybody who's alive on the source is just one of their creations and worth unmaking, is because they just don't have the same concept of mortality that you or I have. First of all, fuck that noise. Hermes was perfectly capable of conceptualizing the idea of immortality where unmaking every creation is tantamount to murder, so Hermes was able to figure it out. Emmett Selk. Second of all, like, there's no point in this self-flagellation. There is literally nothing Wuk-Lamat could have done. We are literally hostage to the narrative in this moment, because there's nothing that we could have done ostensibly, or we should have gotten in there. And that's the part that has me the most angry, is like, we're just hostage to the idea that that freaking Zoralja got so cybered that literally no one in that throne room could do anything. And like, what? Are we going to go get cybered? We're going to go to the chop shop and we're going to say, Doc, I need a cyber arm that's going to give me +2 strength and also has a hidden blade attachment. Yes, I know this is what grief looks like.
So much for that promise.
Ugh!
Good is a vow of resolve who cannot save her people.
You won't save your people by brooding. I don't have enough street creds for those implants. Could you imagine if we go to Tural and they introduce the Pell, but they don't make us use the Pell, and then later we get to Cybertown, and at Cybertown they're like, sorry bud, we don't accept the Gil here, you need street creds? Where would you even go to get a cyber arm asking for a friend? The City of Gold, obviously.
You're right. This isn't the time for sulking. Thank you. My head's a little clearer now. I need to concentrate on what I can do, rather than what I can't. We've dealt with unfriendly factions before. From Yokwista longing for conquest, to adherents of blessed siblings, people who are unwilling to listen.
Oh my fucking god.
Even so, I believe that by learning about one another and engaging in good faith, we could peacefully settle our differences. And we did.
Tell me it's not about to go.
My brother is different.
Okay.
There will be no reasoning
you.
with him. He killed our people. Our father. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goal. What's more, he has power. The power to destroy the peace we've worked so hard to preserve. If I'm to protect that peace, then I must fight.
Okay.
I must confront Zoralja and kill him.
Okay. Does Wukalamat actually kill Zoralja? Or is this this is why we keep smacking you to just go do the story? Here's the problem. I do not feel like Wukalamat is actually going to kill Zoralja. I feel like it's going to be one of those Wukalamat beats Zoralja up really hard, and then Zoralja's like about to fall off the cliff, and then like Wukalamat extends a hand out and is like, "Take my hand!" And then Zoralja's like, "I would rather die than accept help from you," and then let's go, and falls off the cliff. I'm fine. Just needed a moment to settle my nerves. Thank you for being there for me, and for urging me on despite all my sulking. Sitting around complaining isn't very leader-like, is it? So much has happened so quickly. I struggle to make sense of it all. The strange soldiers, those floating ships, the new powers Zoralja commands. Given everything he's done and still intends to do, I know I can't afford to run headlong into battle. Not this time. I cannot let this terrible pain in my heart lead me astray, but I will make it my strength, the strength to do what I must. Right, I'm heading back to the palace. I need to talk strategy with Kona. Could you and the others join us for a while? Excuse me. However we decide to proceed, I want you all to be aware of it. Oh, and could you tell Alice I'll be alright? She's probably at Bayside Bevy. Alright, and we will tell Alice that Wukalamat is alright after this quick break. You know the drill, 3 to 5 minutes. We try to keep it on the 3-minute side, but I wanted to at least allow a full rotation for the Tural travel log. I'll catch you guys in a bit. lads, and we're back. It's good to see you, Raja. I appreciate the alt of you. We've not been taking well to this part of MSQ. If you don't know why there are things in the sky, don't watch. And also, we also don't know why there are things in the sky that are just listening to Zoralja. Because, fuck you, I guess. Alright, Nixus. Alright, wise guy. We, meaning all of the people who are not finished with MSQ and so have the wisdom of hindsight. Wait. Okay. How am I doing? I literally could not be angrier if I tried. You're having a blast? You know what? Fair. I'm glad somebody is enjoying it. Believe it or not, oh god, I passed LSA. Believe it or not, I stream to provide people entertainment. I do not stream to make people angry. This is just a happy byproduct. Oh, you're back. By that, I take it to mean Lamati is feeling better? She needs to be strong for the people of Tural. I understand that. But she doesn't have to do it alone. I'm making you real mad. What made the A Realm Reborn betrayal of the Crystal Braves so impactful to Alphino and so impactful to us as the audience was not that the Crystal Braves magically sprouted third arms out of the middle of their back and turned into Doc Ock, right? Like, the part that made the Crystal Braves betrayal so impactful was that they were so close. Zoralja's betrayal, regardless of what form it took, regardless of how it was done, was going to hit, right? The whole point being that Galuljaja's head of reason, devising this scheme, concocting it in such a way that way it makes the new leader, that no one is born a leader. All of that failing to reach Zoralja is especially poignant after the fact that we're being told to believe that Bakul Jaja has grown from it, or that Bakul Jaja has changed. And if Bakul Jaja, the bonehead idiot, the frickin' rapscallion that he was, could learn, why couldn't Zoralja, right? And so all of that sort of on top of Zoralja was going to do a betrayal just makes the introduction of, like, Zoralja now has superior technological development, like, okay, like, when Zoralja goes, and now, Wuklamat, you have to come to me instead of me just taking my rightful place as the Dawn Servant, or the leader of the world, because I'm demanding the dissolution of Tulialal. Sure, maybe it's speaking to, like, Zoralja has been, like, inducted into, like, the cyber police of Solution 9 or whatever. Like, if it is the Ark and it is the militaristic faction, like, maybe he's operating under orders from somebody else or some other shit. Either way, right? Like, it's just so... I've just never been more flaccid. She needs to be strong for the people of Tural, I understand that, but she doesn't have to do it alone. So if she intends to fight, then we fight. Together. That said... I wish I knew exactly what we were up against. After the Bakul Jaja rants, you knew this part of the story would get me riled up. I mean, like, I just have to accept that, like, we're being told that Bakul Jaja is our best friend, and that's just true. Like, I've already moved on past that. Because at least the Bakul Jaja thing didn't require a massive suspension of disbelief. They planted the seeds of Bakul Jaja being someone who was going to overcome the shackles of his upbringing, right? And that in fact that he cared more about the fight and the dominance through the fight than anything else. So Bakul Jaja's seeds were planted. I don't think they were cultivated enough, but when he has his about face, right, it's like, okay, fine. I already saw where they were going with this. The part we are at now, Bakul Jaja is the least of my worries. We saw all that my sibling stuff early on, though you were also smudge about the about face, right? Like, exactly. Like, this is the thing with Zoralja as well, is like, if you were already this willing to betray your people, why wouldn't he have just gotten the Landsguard? Like, I still don't understand. He was the head of the armed forces, right? Like, do a military coup. Like, whatever. Pick up the pieces. Alice regards the fallen soldier thoughtfully. It's clearly not a person, but it doesn't look like any automaton or magitech weapon I've ever seen. As far and wide as you've traveled, though, perhaps you've encountered something similar before? Would you mind taking a closer look? It may yield some clue as to Zoralja's new powers. At first, I assumed they were soldiers in armor, but when I cut them down, it became clear that wasn't the case. Oh no. Okay, fine. Examine the fallen soldier, you may move the camera, it's first person mode, you get it. Although, I haven't been as unhappy with first person mode in DAWNTRAIL as I have been in the past. So far, first person mode has not sucked that hard. The general shape of this weapon resembles a gun, but its construction suggests it's far more advanced than anything you've seen before. In place of where eyes or a mouth might be, you see a strange sigil at the front of this helm. From a distance, it appears to be simple armor, but upon closer inspection, its construction is quite intricate. The material from which it is made is unclear, and you see no signs of a power source. Honestly, Restarter. So, what do you think? It's unlike anything I've ever seen. But that's because it's new. Indeed. While it resembles a person, it has features that make it uncanny. The lack of a face, not least of all. Did you see any sign of a power source? So it probably doesn't run on ceruleum or any other conventional fuels. I tried channeling Aether into it earlier, but there was no response. That would seem to rule it out as an arcane entity. They're specifically talking about familiars and soulkin with that. It's completely lifeless now, a far cry from the unstoppable enemy it was in battle. Even the material it's made of is a mystery. Rather than a metal, it's more akin to stone. Wait, haven't we seen this somewhere recently? The City of Gold. The palace is made of stone too. Oh god. Has anyone selected that option? We have, in the Sky Deep Cenote. Cenote, or whatever. That's right. The glowing stone used in the chamber with the gate to the Golden City. And while the soldiers are a different color, the warships are the same black as the stone of the gate itself. Oh, 1NFK. If the rest of chat is anything to go off of, you do not want to hear my hot takes. There has to be a connection. Let's share our observations with the others when we gather at Sunperch. The sooner we get to the bottom of this mystery, the better. Oh, we just hit this part. Yeah, we just hit this part. The weather, ominous clouds. Please get me started again. I am happy to go over all of it a second time. I'm so frustrated. I'm also going to be deeply frustrated if I did this like super cinematic walk up here, and this is not where I'm supposed to be going. I am slightly worried that this is not the right place. Nope, it's the right place, because Sunperch is the palace. Okay. I think the other part that frustrates me, again, right, with like no real joy or wonderment put to it, is that the last time that we've dealt with this sort of situation, right, like on Azizla, there are a bunch of those like automatons. On the moon, by where Heimdall crashes, right? There's a bunch of automatons. And I guess the point is supposed to be that we as the Warrior of Light are uniquely equipped to deal with them or whatever. But like, it feels as though we've come across automaton time and time again, including Magitech soldiers, where like if you were just like really good at fighting, you could beat them up, right? Like the entirety of the Bozia field ops are all about just like a normal guy with a stick killing a robot. But these robots, oh, you've never seen robots like these robots. I will admit, I was surprised by how little of train fuckery we had. Looks like everyone is here already.
Thank you for coming, everyone. And thank you for taking charge in the relief effort. We would have fared far worse without you.
Okay, Tiger. It's really cool that there are no dissident factions inside of the nation, and that also it's not like they've got an entire military section called the Landsguard. That would be silly. It's not...
Someone had to do it, that's all. Come, let's take stock.
It's not like Zaralja frequently went out to deal with military engagements. And in fact, literally when we get to Tuliolal, that there is literally a military engagement that Zaralja is bringing his Landsguard back with, to the great aplomb and wonderment of his people. The Landsguard are used for very securely protecting Tuliolal on the throne. How foolish.
In terms of casualties, at least 50 died in the attack. And many times that number are wounded. All available healers are seen to their care. Structural damage at least is limited, so essential business can be conducted without issue. That said, the people are understandably shaken. We must assuage their fears and begin working to restore things to normal as quickly as possible.
Now, the most confounding mystery remains our enemy. And their mechanical soldiers created with technology that surpasses anything I've ever seen. What is their nature? And how did Zoralja manage to bring them under his command? Such things remain unknown.
They emerged from the dome encasing Yasolani. We're quite certain of that much.
Speaking of the dome, we have some theories, I'm told.
Indeed. I would like to call upon some helpers to join the discussion. May I invite them here?
Are they going to invite Graha Tia because of his Allegan eye? Because of his special Sharingan eye from being one of the people from the Isle of Corvos?
By all means.
It's me. Permission has been granted. You can come in.
Greetings, everyone.
Well, we've already seen Thancred and Urianger, so fine. I didn't expect it to be Y'shtola as well, so you know what? That's on me.
Raha! Y'shtola!
After that long voyage, I had hoped that we might be afforded a moment's rest, but I gather circumstances are quite dire.
But it's okay. Emmett Selk has never lied to us, so it's totally fine that he shot our cat. She'll probably fake her death again. God, could you imagine?
All is well in the Annex, never fear. I've already dealt with the most pressing matters.
I guess
and
the
others
world's
hold the fort in
ending
my
for a
absence.
starter.
Following the changing of Dawn servants, Gulul Jar Jar spoke about the Golden City to his two successors. Thanks to Wuglamat, I was allowed to attend that meeting.
Oh, shit, of course.
What I heard led me to conclude that this was a matter for the students. Thus did I call upon our comrades who possess the requisite expertise. It was actually after that the dome manifested. But, based on what we know, I have reason to believe that it is connected to the Golden City.
While we're eager to help, we have limited familiarity with the situation. Might we
So-
trouble you to explain from the beginning?
So what is Graha Tia's specialty? Is it studying long gone civilizations? Because, like, I know that he was with the Sons of Saint Koanak, right? The Sons of Saint Koanak are a Charlian body that was studying Mordona and specifically the Crystal Tower. Yeah, he's an Allegan expert. Okay. So it is his expertise on Allegan shit, which is, once again, partially from his magical Allegan eye from the Isle of Corvos and all that stuff. Oh, they needed time to pass for Y'shtola and Graha to show up. Maybe. I can see what you're saying there. He's also a very competent mage. I mean, irrefutably, right? The fact that, like, even taking away his magical royal Allegan eye, like, obviously in his ability to decipher all of, like, the Allegan magics in the Crystal Tower, etc., etc., and obviously Graha Tia has the knowledge of the 8th Umbral Calamity, the fusion of Alexander and Omega, yada yada. So yeah, he's also a nerd, exactly. Okay.
As you know, it was a letter I found tucked away in the Baldessian Annex that brought me to Tural. A letter from the Dawn Servant, addressed to my grandfather, sent some 20 years ago.
The request to investigate the City of Gold.
Indeed. The strange thing is, there was mention of neither Tural nor the city in our records. Hoping to learn the truth of my grandfather's mission, what he did and saw, I volunteered to help in the rite of succession. At the end of which, I was able to hear the tale from Galul Jar Jar.
It does suck
my grandfather went
that they
to the
don't have
deepest
Galul
chamber
Jar
of
Jar
the
here
Sky
to
Deep
voice it
cenote.
himself.
And, like us, he saw the gate to the Golden City.
Is that what you required our help with? This gate?
It was. You see, the gate was opened once in the past. And
it led to another reflection.
I can take the story from here. Considering my part in these affairs, I reckon maybe I'm best equipped to speak on the matter. I was there too, you see. In those ruins, together with Galuf and Galul Jar Jar. And what I saw that day, I'll never forget.
I take your whimsy and I bury it 6 feet under the ground. Oh, now we get the echo. Is that?
This black stone is remarkable.
That's supposed to be Galuf Baldessian. Okay,
I
sure.
can't help but wonder if the structures in this part of the ruins were built by a completely different civilization.
It was over 1,000 years ago that the giants mined here. Their records make no mention of glowing stones.
Okay. For the record, then, they did invade Shock Tural looking for the City of Gold.
It harbors high concentrations of ether, and on the surface are what appear to be arcane patterns. They aren't Allegan, or Mahi, or Nemian. If anything, they put me in mind of the calculations of the South Sea Islanders, but even then...
Seven hells! What did you do?
Nothing.
An earthquake?
None of this has ever happened before.
A void gate? Nay, this is different.
This has so much potential to be so good, and this is the way they're introducing it to us. Oh my fucking god. Is that baby Kryl? No, it can't have been. What?
Baby?
Galuf, what the fuck did you think was wrapped in swaddling cloth? Galuf, you absolute dipshit! You thought it was just a baby-shaped bomb?
Now what's this?
What is this? Who are you?
Now the key. The key... Did the key have a shot in the Valley Garmanda fight? I do want you guys to answer that. Trailer came out and that you said that's got to be our parents. Fair enough. Okay. It is not.
Though it never opened again. Galuf continued to study the gate for years after that, hoping to learn something of value. All he could conclude was that it was built with unknown technology, and that it led to another world, one apart from the void.
Is it the ninth reflection? Don't actually answer this one, but I swear to God.
We'd assumed the ruins themselves were the Golden City, only to discover that the real prize actually lay beyond the gate, and beyond our reach. Couldn't make head nor tail of the artifact either. As it had similar properties to the black stone in the ruins, we were convinced it was important. So Galul Jaja took it to the palace for safekeeping. Galuf, meanwhile, took the baby with him back to Charlian and raised her as his own.
No, we do have case precedents. People on the first had the echo.
Then the child was...
The earring inside the letter to my grandfather. It was apparently found amongst my swaddling clothes.
If this is true, then it means that you hail from another reflection.
So it would seem. I still struggle to take it all in myself. Looking back, Grandfather was always quick to seek distractions whenever I broached the subject. But never would I have guessed anything like this. But enough about me.
I need Kryl to be like a lost princess. I need, when we go through the gate...
You suspect they are somehow connected to the Golden City?
I need, when we go through the gate, that everyone is like, long lost Queen Kryl.
Thinking back on it, the soldiers looked like they could have been made from the same black stone.
And leading them was Zeralja. His involvement also lends weight to the theory.
Yeah, Ketenram? Does it lend weight to the theory? Ketenram? Keeper of apparently 7 spare keystones? Ketenram?
On the day of the succession ceremony, a bandit took me unawares and knocked me out.
Oh my fucking god.
When I came to, I found my home turned upside down, with a few particular items missing. Namely the keystones I was entrusted with, for my role as Watcher of the Gate.
The bandit? You believe that it was...
I only got a glimpse of him, but it was a blue-scaled Hubigo. I know of no other.
The artifact stored at the palace was also stolen. The thief struck during the ceremony, and the guard was spread thin.
Oh, that's the explanation for how Zeralja's managed to steal the key. Well, that just answers everything, doesn't it? The guard was thin!
The assumption is Zeralja somehow opened that gate to another reflection, where he acquired advanced technology and his mechanical armor.
It fits. And if he did, then it's also likely that the dome is a product of this unknown reflection.
Hold on. We've been going on and on about the reflections. But what of my home? What's become of it?
We're going to find out.
Indeed. Where it concerns other realities, I dare say the Scions are best suited to tackle the task.
You can say that again. We've been
I
to the
can't
literal
believe-
edge of existence. Some mysterious giant dome shouldn't scare us.
I cannot fucking believe that you guys were like, just wait, the MSQ will answer your questions. And the answer for how... It's fine. The vault is actually an open-air pavilion where all of the treasures are just sort of stacked in the middle. And so because they didn't have guards to watch all of the open sides of the open-air pavilion, that's how Cyril just snuck in. It was foolish of me. Yeah, exactly. Egg has it. Egg has it. He just walked in and took it. The guards were spread thin during the coronation ceremony. It's fine. It's fine. Erenville is having... Thank you, 1NFK. Sometimes I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. 1NFK, you get 100 Demeist points.
As you know, our order has ostensibly disbanded. We'd thank you to be discreet about our unofficial reunion.
Huh. Worry not. We'll spare no effort to get to the bottom of this. And with our hero eager to help, you can be confident of the results.
I'm coming with you. If that's where my brother is, then that's where I must go. I can't say I understand everything you're discussing, but I know what I have to do. I have to put a stop to Zorosha and restore the people's happiness.
Suffice it to say, I share Lamachi's desire to join you. However, under these circumstances, it would be unwise for both vows to be absent from the city. As such, I shall remain in Tuliyola. Come what may, I will protect our nation. So go forth, sister, and do what you must.
Thank you.
It may be prudent for us to likewise divide our forces. While one group ventures into the dome, the other keeps guard without.
Agreed. There's something I wish to investigate out here, so I will remain.
She wants to go to her boyfriend.
The enemy's
Rumar.
warships still loom overhead, and I would see that we're prepared for the worst.
I wish to go to the dome. As a student, I have an obligation to investigate this potential threat to the world. But I'd be lying if I said I'm not deathly curious about my origins. If there's aught to be learned, then I want to learn it.
In that case, please let me come too.
I have to see what's become of my home. I may not be a fighter, but I know those lands like the back of my hand. I can guide you.
If you hadn't offered, I would have asked. We're counting on you.
I'm not one for waiting around, so if it's all the same to you, I'll join the Dome crew.
You should accompany them, Graha. I expect your knowledge and experience will be useful. In the meantime, I intend to learn what I can about the gate, and will keep you apprised of my findings. Pray do the same.
She wants to know the gate to get
Communication is
back to her
possible
boyfriend.
from inside the
Of
dome.
course.
We'll maintain contact and share any developments.
It seems our teams are assembled. A fine roster, I think.
Looks good to me. We'll find a way to deal with the threat. For the sake of Tural.
It's truly heartening to have you at our side for this. Thank you, everyone. Now, before we set off, there's one thing I need to do. The people are still shaken by the attack, and I'd like to reassure them as best I can.
Alright, lads, I gotta use the loo. I don't know how much longer we'll be going for, so enjoy Tural Travel Log. I'm gonna go ahead and just pause the travel log there if you guys are at all curious about keeping on with it. You can definitely check the back on the VOD. We've allowed it a few full revolutions. And also, and more importantly, none of it matters. Don't worry about any of the things that we've done in the first half of the MSQ, because now purple Squid Game soldiers are invading from the sky. The Earth? Don't worry about it. But also, Bo is doing this all pro bono, so again, apologies. I'm not 100% sure how any of that is shaken out, but it is due to Bo's incredible generosity that we're able to get whatever we're getting there. So I do recommend definitely still sending them to Bo if you haven't done so already, but again, they work in mysterious ways. I think it is important for us. I'm not going to do an ethereal sea rant, but I think it is very important for us to have a real quick conversation about the nature of these streams. I love you all very much. I am not going to agree with your stances on, I would say, 95% of things. And that's okay. Sometimes we will have differences of opinion. Like, for example, some of you might say, what's the big deal about Cyrilja getting the key? To which I would respond with, if Cyrilja didn't get the key, Zoralja wouldn't have been able to turn into Optimus Megatron whatever, and then kill his dad. And then we wouldn't be where we are right now, through the contrivances of technology from another world. Now, I'm going to be as measured and as sensible as I can possibly be about all of this. But the reason why that's a big point is not that it is obstructing my enjoyment of the game, but that it is obstructing my ability to trust you guys. Because I love you all very much, but if you tell me, the MSQ will explain it, and then that is your supposition of what is a satisfactory explanation, we are not seeing eye to eye. So that's everything. I just wanted to real quick touch base with you. The point is not that I'm not enjoying the game. The point is that I am learning, perhaps for the 15th or 16th time, to not take anything you guys say at face value. Now that we've covered those grounds, let's keep going. Believe it or not, I do care what you're thinking. I'm indebted to Ojika for overseeing our operations in my absence. I will endeavor to make myself as useful as I can here. I fear we need to know more if we're to defend against another assault. I struggle to believe I am from another reflection. I wonder, does this mean my soul is thinner than a native from the source? Surely not. Y'shtolo would have noticed. Gods, there's so much I don't understand. My head is ripe to burst. This talk of reflection is perplexing, to say the least. I should be glad for your help in understanding and overcoming this crisis. Another reflection encroaches upon our own, but how and why now? Please be safe. We'll find a way to breach the dome, and we'll make sure everyone inside is safe. It's embarrassing to think how Zoralja caught me unawares, but I've no doubt the bastard came to kill me. I reckon he would have succeeded were it anyone else. Who would have thought him taking that key would have led to all this? Ketenram is the Amerigo Vespucci analog. I know what I have to do now. together as one. Before investigating the dome, Wukalamat wishes to see to one important matter. I know we're in a hurry to set off, but before we do, I need to address my people. The peace we swore to uphold has been shattered. They need to understand what's happened and how we intend to fix it. So I want to call an assembly at the Winged Walk and assure them that all will be well. But as shaken as they are, I don't know how many will come. It's those who are most distressed that truly need to hear your words. If you like, I shall seek out such souls and encourage them to attend. I'll help too. This is an important step in the city's recovery. Care to join us, Elish? While you handle that, Erenville and I will see to provisions for the expedition. Thank you. I'll go ahead and have the Landsguard announce the address. People must first know there's going to be one before they can decide whether or not they want to hear it. If you could see to the Resplendent Quarter and Bayside Bevy, Alice and I will split the rest of the city between us. Okay, nothing new here. Nothing new from Kettenram. I have a mind to inform Thancred and Urianger as well. Hey! MSQ will provide all answers? Everybody who said, hey, where's Thancred and Urianger? Looks like you didn't talk to all of the side NPCs. I have a mind to inform Thancred and Urianger as well, but they may have already left Tural. I shall have to examine one of these mechanical soldiers later. Whoa, I talked to the side NPCs. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm just a little heated. But also, did you really? Although the Resplendent Quarter, and I think I've already made this reference, and it is a bad one, the Resplendent Quarter does give me big, Do you make it to the Cloud District often? Of course you don't. What am I saying? Energy. Nazim from Skyrim. If Tuliolal falls to the enemy, what will happen to us? To our homes, our farms, everything we've worked so hard to build. Lives and communities and histories, all reduced to ash by these merciless villains. I heard Valwuk Lamat is planning to address the people, but what's the point? What can she and her brother possibly have to say? Really? The Dawn servants have a plan already? They've lost so much, yet they're prepared to carry on. And standing around worrying about what's to come will change nothing. It would be a lie to say I'm hopeful for the future, but I will go hear what they intend to do. I still can't believe we were attacked. For a mercy, my family was spared. I don't know what I would have done had they come to harm. I understand Val Wuklamat is going to make an address soon. I'll be there, of course. This person does not need to be persuaded to attend Val Wuklamat's address. Was the farmer still there, or did he walk away? The farmer walked away. Please, leave me be. My father is gone. Leave me to mourn. Yeah, but did you consider going to Wuklamat's big talk thing? Galul Jaja is slain, and yet Val Wuklamat and Val Kona still fight for our nation, for us. Very well. If they would speak, the least I can do is listen. Cheerful resident. Checking on everyone, are you? The city's definitely seen better days, but we can only spare so much time for mourning. Only by looking to the future can we overcome this crisis, and we'll all need to do our part. I've no doubt Val Wuklamat and Val Kona will share similar sentiments at their address. I am taking you out now. You are going to be our next Xenos. It's not safe here, not anymore. I could try to leave Tural, but where else is there to go? You look like the well-traveled sort. Please, I can't stay here, but I fear nowhere in Tural is beyond the enemy's reach. What of the lands across the Salt? I know. Even if I ran, I know I'd regret it in the end. I love Tural. This is my home, and I know the Dawn servants would give their lives to defend her. I will put my faith in them and listen to what they have to say. And this is the other part of the problem, right? Is you are asking me to believe, none of us, for the concept of, some perceived value that can only be gained from the identity of nation, would go fight aliens from space, right? I don't know, but maybe that's untrue. Maybe I'm just a coward, right? Maybe if there was an overwhelming force that could send down cybernetic soldiers and or drones or whatever, everybody would be the first in line to go fight them. But this feels the whole but this time we've got a plan, does not feel like anything. I need to stock up food and medicine as much as I can. And what else is there? I can't afford to forget anything. Sorry, sir, but I'm busy. Too much to do in too little time. There's no telling when those stone men will return. I have to get out of here, find somewhere safe. Val Wuklamat wants to speak to us? Perhaps she has a plan, then. I suppose there's no harm in hearing what she has to say. But okay. Whew. Cleaning up is tiring work. You've been busy helping as well, I'm guessing? Right now it's tough for everyone, but Tulialal won't succumb to this. With the new Dawn servants to protect and lead us, we'll get through it together. Sure. I can't leave now. What if those soldiers come back? And what are those strange machines looming overhead? Gods, I have so many questions. I've got great news. Don't worry about it. They're probably a foreign invasion force from a parallel dimension of ours, referred to as a reflection. The fact that they're technologically more advanced is in part due to the fact that they clearly have portals that are able to access our realm. Don't you feel better now? I see. It would put my mind at ease to learn something, anything of the threat we face. Alright then, I'll go to the Winged Walk. Thank you. I feel better already, and likely better still once I hear what the Dawn Servants have to say. I appreciate the 2 years, Fath. It means a lot. I feel very supported. We're not having the world's best time in MSQ, but it is what it is. Whew, the wares are mostly intact. Glad tidings for my clients. If you're not at or past together as one, get out of here. Oh, sorry, friends, but I have no time to spare. Val Klamat and Val Kona will soon be giving a public address, and I have to finish taking inventory before then. Given the circumstances, it must be quite important. You'll want to be there as well. Okay. Gonna grab that XP real quick. Where is this other person? So the composed merchant was there. They were supposed to lead us over in this direction, maybe? Ooh, where are those people? Ah, okay. Flustered citizen. I missed you the first go around. Whatever it is, I don't have time. I have to finish repairing this cart. There's only so much I can carry on my back. When those hollow devils come again, I need to be ready. Val Wiklamat and Val Kona mean well, but they're young and inexperienced. They can barely look after themselves. If we're to survive, I do not know if we can count on them. They're going to strike back at the enemy? So they're resolved to face this. Maybe it is too early to be thinking of running. Alright, I'll go and hear their address. Papa, Mama. I don't know if it's just how, like, incredibly pleasantly surprised I was by the first half of MSQ that is making me so defeated about this part. And, like, let's be clear, I'm going to see this to completion. And I'm very excited to see another reflection, right? I'm excited to see how they handle that. I've been very excited for, like, sort of the brightness of Aether and the sort of implication that's been going through about, like, you know, this being a more hopeful, brighter situation. We knew that conflict was going to be the grounds that drove the narrative, but, like, ultimately, I think the thing that disappoints me the most is just, like, I just don't understand why they had to be so technologically superior, right? A surprise attack by any of the constituent members that were opposed to Tural in the environment in general would have also served the same purpose. Like, I guess the only other thing that could have like come up here is that it would need to be a technologically more advanced culture than the source to come up with the solution for travel between the reflections. Because obviously Y'shtola has been working on that and hasn't found the solution. So fine, that's one possible grounds. But also on the first, the Magic Twins. The whole premise is that the Magic Twins are on the cusp of like breaking portals into another dimension, right? Like the entirety of the, was it the ranged physical? The entirety of them was devoted to the idea that they were ripping open portals between the realms, and so one of them gets stuck between the first and some other place, right, in the space between. And then we rescue them, and then they give us knowledge to fight the Cardinal Sin, who is the magical DPS. So, like, I don't know, we've already had people of just sufficiently advanced magical aptitude doing it, right? Like, the point is that people on this in the Void and on the Source are capable of transportation between the two. Yes, the Void is a special situation because it was a failed rejoining, but still. Oop, I am sorry, my situation is a little funked up because of my CPU constantly being overheated. But Sorgray, thank you so much for the follow. Mesvia led you here? Well, heck. I appreciate the follow, my friend, and any friend of Mesvia is a friend of ours. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, the caster duo that were making the Void rips on the first, so you got it. It seems Kryl and Erenville have yet to return. Still busy making preparations for our expedition, I presume. Thank you again for spreading word of our address. I fear those who needed assurance most would not have been present otherwise. And like, here's the thing, right? Is that we have personally witnessed Wukalamat and Kona growing into this leadership role, right? And so this is more or less the same thing as when we see Meryl Webb or Kanisana or Nanamo, right? Ask to address the populace. Like we've done this song and dance a number of times previously. The thing that is so unnerving to me about the tenor of this is that, again, even though the Garlean Empire was technologically more advanced, that was to make up for a shortcoming on the Garlean Empire. The fact that the Garleans weren't able to cast magic. The fact that these soldiers that Zeralja are utilizing are just so technologically, like, superior that it blows the fact that we can use magic out of the water entirely, feels a little frustrating. I don't know. Did you not see Alice on your way? Did you not see Alice on your way here? I was just discussing the gate to the Golden City with Kettenram. He has been patiently answering my few questions. A few questions? More like a bleeding broadside of 'em. Took me back to me time with Galuf, it did. Charlian scholars, I swear. Is it worth it to go back to look for Alice? I'm going to say no. It looks like you've brought quite a few people. Thank you. Alice had actually returned ahead of you, but upon hearing that you were still out, she decided she was unsatisfied with her own efforts and left again. You feel like Y'shtola's questioning was a lot of "but why though" when Kettenram got to explaining? Oh, Hisoka, you mean you think that it is strange that they just left one person in charge of protecting the gate? And that it's strange that Kettenram had a complete set of keys that were accessible by just, I guess, digging around in his house. And you think it's weird that when Kettenram did that, that they didn't keep a better lock over the other half of the keys that were necessary to get into the Golden City? You think Y'shtola would have some questions about that sort of stuff? That's interesting. That's interesting that you think Y'shtola would have questions. So far, everything's been iron tight. Everything's been airtight and ironclad. My apologies for involving you all in Turali affairs. We are simply helping dear friends in need. Having traveled the lands of Tural, sharing in the rich cultures of your people, I can see it no other way. What's more, Zoralja and his army pose a threat not only for Tural, but to the star as a whole. We will stand with you to protect what you hold dear. Thank you. I don't expect you've had much, if any, rest. How are you holding up? I'm fine, thanks to a little encouragement from Elish. You needn't worry about me either. Whatever weariness I feel is no match for my desire to protect my people. We will restore peace to the nation and preserve our father's legacy. And it begins by speaking to the people from our hearts. Right. We need to see to a few things first, but feel free to go ahead to the plaza and wait. Hisoka, the problem is I keep thinking about this from the perspective of the writer's room. And I just am having such a hard time of reconciling significantly technologically more advanced society with what we have been presented with so far. And I have been told that the answers are forthcoming. Just like the answer to Cirilja stealing the key from the vaults is because the guards were spread thin, and how that is a perfectly satisfactory answer to all of the possible questions you could have about Cirilja stealing the key from the vault. Their father raised them well. That he did. I can't believe Kettenram is still alive.
Lamachi, are you all right?
Yes, don't worry. I'm ready for it. The fear, and sadness, and anger. Everything.
I am the reason to your resolve. But more than that, I am your brother. You needn't bear this burden alone. Remember this.
This is their first real test as heads of state, right?
As you likely already know, my father, our former Dawn servant, lost his life in the recent attack. He challenged the enemy leader to a duel and fought with skill and valor, and for a moment we believed he had won. But wielding an unknown power, his foe returned from death and struck him down.
It really did sound like a laugh.
I could only watch as this happened. I could not tarnish my father's honor by interfering. Many of you have suffered terribly. You've taken wounds. You've lost friends and family.
1 NFK. We're going to let Wukalamat finish the speech directly because these are voice lines. I will come back to that question though.
As vow of resolve, I failed in my duty to protect you. Words can't express the shame and regret I feel. And as much as it pains me to reveal this, the enemy leader was none other than my brother Zoralsha.
Zoralsha? It's true! I saw him!
We believe he staged the attack from Yasulani, which has been encased within a mysterious dome. I know that you're concerned for your loved ones there as well. But mark my words, I won't let Zoralsha torment us any further. Our father gave his life to protect our nation, and I'm prepared to do the same.
You say that, but those metal monstrosities are still up there in the sky. What are you going to do about them?
Damn, that man can project his voice, huh?
The enemy is still on our doorstep, and waiting for them to strike again accomplishes nothing. That's why we're going to strike first. We are going to take the battle straight to Zoralsha and put an end to it all.
And while my sister sallies forth, I will take charge of the city's defenses. Not another soul will come to harm. We swear to you.
Like our father before us, we will lead with resolve and reason to restore peace to our nation. So please, have patience and faith.
So the resolve goes on the attack, while reason shores up the defenses. Sounds like a fine plan. Needless to say, you can count on my sword. I'll do my part for it.
Sure, fine.
Hear, hear, brother. That makes two of us. Or was that two of we? Never mind that. What of the rest of you? Will you let others do the work? Or will you do your part and fight?
Never forget that Bakul Jaja stepped on our taco.
We fight! We fight! We're two Leolans because we're united! We'll stand with you and weather this storm!
He's right. This is our nation, and it falls to us to protect it.
We'll fight too! For Tuliolal!
too! Me too!
We're all together in this!
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We've already learned much about our foe, and we will continue to learn more. In time, we will have the means to make their warships fall from the sky. When we join hands with our countrymen and our allies from afar, we're stronger than we dare to hope. Together, let us show the enemy the might of Tural.
You are the beating heart of our nation, each and every one of you. Uncertain days lie ahead, but for now, I ask you to persevere, to go about your lives as you always do.
Maintain status quo.
Only then
that is the
can we
best you
ensure
can
we
ever
have the
do.
resources to see our nation through these trials. And when the time comes, we will strike. Tural will not fall. We will prevail, and peace and happiness will be ours again.
Please keep the economy going. Please. 1 NFK, that's exactly what we're gonna get to. So we're not going to turn in this quest. This is where we will pick up tomorrow. Here is the problem that I have with regards to Zoralja going and getting teched up and becoming super powerful, right? Is Japan has a long and storied personal history with this. I don't know if you've ever seen that like history of Japan, I guess, that like meme video. But also China has a history of this as well, right? Where basically the United States sent an ironclad, and the ironclad basically blows all opposing military force out of the water and forces trade to be open. So now, like, let's take that on board and let's say that is real history. I am not discounting that. To say that, oh, this is unrealistic, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it is unrealistic for there to be this foreign power that is technologically more adept. It's a very real history and it's very personal history, right? We saw a lot of that with the Garleans and the Magitech and their inspiration from the Alligans. And we saw even more of that from the Ancients and the Asians and their sort of machinations therein as well, right? Yeah, exactly. Open the country. Stop having it be closed. But the reason why that bit is so funny and also so realistic is in part because that entire situation was in part indicative of the fact that there wasn't staying power behind it, right? It wasn't a conquering. It was in part a terror situation. And so when we come to Tural and we come to the narrative that has been presented so far, right? The concept of nation building, the concept of gathering all of these people, understanding their culture and doing all of this stuff. The really good part of the setup of MSQ, the first half of MSQ, is that this is not what I was worried. I'll be honest, it has far and away exceeded my expectations on this. I was very worried about Dawntrail not being a thoughtful approach to any of this subject matter, right? To the idea of indigenous people having an identity, to the idea of the people of the nation being attacked and conquered, because there's a very real and easy parallel that could have been drawn between Solution 9 and Conquistadors, right? And I don't think that comparison exists in the way that the writing is right now. But even more than that, I don't know why you needed Solution 9 to be technologically evolved at all, right? Like, let's take Solution 9 out of the equation for just a brief second. Zoralja could have done literally everything the exact same by coming in, taking control of his Landsguard, taking control of his aggressive, power-hungry, right, allies, the ones who are like, yeah, we love expansionism, we love violence, let's kill foreigners and take their land, right? You could take all of those people and turn them into a civil war against the people who are already there, and have the exact same situation and outcome, right? The reason why I'm saying I'm not sure about this whole Solution 9 thing is because a part of the problem is it involves a lot of weird pieces falling into play. If Zoralja had already gotten his Landsguard and had used them to make an assault on the capital, and in the ensuing violence, Zoralja stole the key from the vault as he leads an army of soldiers in to bust in and take it, yes, sure, fine. But Zoralja is a palace seer. He's not even the palace seer, right? He's just a member of government who has decided to throw his lot behind Zoralja. And more than that, right? As evidenced by the fact that Zoralja is pretty sure this might be a key to the Golden City, because Zoralja may or may not have been present at previous conversations about those sort of things. Again, they didn't have the 7 keystones, right? So the 7 keystones are something that is necessary from a Kettenram consideration, and even if you accept the presence of that, right, and the unlocking of the Golden City could have just been super magically powerful, right? And again, this is not a conversation about does sci-fi belong in my Final Fantasy? Sci-fi has been here the whole time. The Allegan Empire has been here the whole time. That's fine. But the problem with the way that the Allegan Empire and the Garlean Empire have existed versus the way that these drone soldiers are being represented, right, is that when we're fighting against the Allegan, like, automatons, when we're fighting against Magitech soldiers, it doesn't matter that the soldiers of the Maelstrom in Limsa Lomensa, that the Twin Adders, that the Immortal Flames are just using pieces of iron, right? It doesn't matter that the Garleans have Magitech, because the entire premise that we have been told to accept throughout all of A Realm Reborn to Endwalker is that when people are fighting, it's not about the actual sword. The sword plays a certain part of it, but they're channeling their aether, right? The idea is that they're channeling their aether, and that's why it doesn't matter if the Allegan tech is using a laser sword and you've just got a piece of iron. You can block the laser sword because you're channeling your aether through it in order to make the fight on fair footing. That is how every single Garlean soldier who has a super magic chainsaw sword doesn't just kill every other soldier of the Eorzean Alliance, or now the Grand Company of Eorzea. And so the reason why that matters as a part of the conversation is then intrinsically, if that narrative through line was still holding true in Dawntrail, then it shouldn't have been such a devastating massacre. But obviously what we're saying is that the robots in this situation, the automaton, are so considerably advanced that the through line that has helped us with the Allegans and the through line that has helped us with the Garleans is no longer true. That it doesn't matter how good the soldiers of the Landsguard and Tuliolal are at channeling aether, that the technology of whoever these drones are is just that much higher, right? And I don't have a problem with the idea that there is a society that is more technologically advanced than the Allegans. That concept is fine, sure. Parallel dimensions. This culture has existed for all of the 6-7 astral eras that we've existed for and longer, and has never had to suffer rejoining, so they've never had to suffer any of their technology resetting due to a calamity. Sure, fine. The problem is that even when you accept that premise, my question comes down to, why did that need to be introduced here in this capacity? And again, I get it. Much like my anger with the ethereal sea just being the center of the star, and you can just scoop a giant spoon down there and pull up your great Aunt Sally and be like, hey, Aunt Sally, how are you doing? Because apparently our afterlife is just the middle of the planet. Much like that frustration, I just have to accept that that's what they've done, right? As so many people throughout the stream today were saying, just like, you can have fun with it if you let yourself. And we're going to do that, right? We're going to let ourselves have fun with it. But the reason why I'm expressing this frustration and getting it now while it's raw is because there are so many things that we just go, yeah, sure, for Final Fantasy. And in a week, I guarantee you, if you ask me what my feelings are about the cool drone soldiers that Zoralja are using, my feeling is going to be, yeah, sure, right? Because the problem is that you're right, is that you just need to accept that this is what the writers did to a certain point. But what is the point of consuming media? What is the point of interacting with it if you're never going to think critically about it? If you're never going to think about what the author's intent is behind it? And a lot of people can play the game, not do that, and have a great time. I'm not telling them that they're idiots. Go play the game and have a good time. Don't think critically about it. That's fine. Just enjoy it the way that it is. But when I'm looking at it critically from the perspective that I am, the problem is that to me, what it feels like is there's a lot of points that are being pushed through, not because of narrative cohesion, but to make the narrative even possible. And again, in a week, if you ask me, I will not have this level of passion or rancor. I just won't feel the same way about it. Hisoka is joking, so 9 out of 10 game of the year. Here are the standouts that I'm going to remember in a little bit. I am going to remember Bakul Jaja turning around and being, sort of our friend. I didn't actually get to talk about this in the moment because I was thinking about so many other elements, but Bakul Jaja being in there and being like, hey, let's do this thing. This is a common tactic throughout human history, right? Whenever there was a leader doing an address to a large group of people, the idea is that you had plants inside the crowd who would cheer you on and say how great you are, so that even if the majority of people were discomforted, they would feel pressured by their peers in the crowd to go, hey, this is a great idea, right? That fervor, getting whipped up. And even if it turned out that wasn't the majority case, the thing is that at minimum, you would have some people going like, am I in the minority? Should I be quiet? So Bakul Jaja is fulfilling that sort of plant role very neatly, without being paid, without being incentivized, right? This is a part of Bakul Jaja's redemption arc. But that's an important thing that's being done here, right? Because Wuk-Lamat and Kona are being tested as leaders of the head of state. But again, what it's coming down to for me is it didn't need, for me, the question comes down to, why is it necessary that Solution 9 is so technologically advanced? And the only satisfactory answer that I can come to at this exact moment is because the only way that they were able to justify it, travel between the planes, was by a significantly technologically advanced actor. That's the only thing that we can work with right now. Does it have to be necessary? That's a fair point, 1NFK. Arguably, no, it doesn't. But this is where we're going to sort of a part of the question with regards to what someone else said earlier, which I poo-pooed because I was impassioned and inflamed, but it was a good point, is that this is the start of a new arc, right? So the question that needs to be asked is, what is happening to Final Fantasy XIV? And we're looking at Dawntrail as the litmus test for everything that happens further from this point, right? The Ascians are gone. Hydaelyn is gone. Zodiark is gone. So what is the story that is going to take us forward from this point? And a part of it, when Yoshi P was tongue-in-cheek going sort of like, ooh, remember the rest of the Convocation of 14, is that the Ascians vis-a-vis the true unsundered Ascians, Emet-Selch, Elidibus, and La Habrea, they're gone. But the remainders, right? People like Fandaniel, they're still floating around. They can still be actors. And so even though the original saga of the Ascians, maybe necessarily the way that we used to know them has vanished, that doesn't mean that the machinations that they might have set in motion are necessarily gone. That doesn't mean that the knowledge that we got about how rejoinings function and how the reflections function is gone. But the real question that is I'm personally asking here, right, is like, are these people going to be the new Allegan Empire? Have the Allegan Empire been sort of like phased out, right? Like, because the entire Sea of Clouds, in part, is the fact that literally the landmass around Coerthas was ripped out by Allegans playing with powers they didn't understand, and raising up Aziz Law. Great, we love a floating city, but then also, the remaining Aether in the zone afterwards also has chunks of the Earth's mantle going away. When Americ says, toss Nidhogg's eye into the abyss, the thing that so many of us don't understand is that, because I fucking go back and think about Ishgard literally all the time, the abyss outside of Ishgard is wind aether, ice aether, and will drop straight into the ethereal sea. If you weren't an ancient, you wouldn't be able to go down there and get it. There is literally no one who has ever jumped into the abyss, as Americ calls it, and survived. So it's only because of ancient cheat codes that they're able to get back Nidhogg's eye. The reason why this is relevant is because that amount of devastation to the landmass is something that the Allegan Empire did and had a serious impact on the world. And so when you take that and you think about the way that it's going forward, when we're saying this is a new arc, things are different, is the thing that is different going to be that from now on it's always going to be about a reflection? And is this the precedent that's being set? Every reflection is going to be technologically more advanced, or technologically are equal. Are we going to go to a world in which it's basically the Ice Age or the Neolithic era, right? And the people there are going to be that far behind. Is this what we're playing with, right? And then more than that, one of the points that has been brought up already that is plenty of questions, right, is Kryl is saying that Kryl is not less aether dense than anybody else, right? What we are to believe, what we had given previously, is that all of the people on the first are 1/7 as aether dense as all of the people on the source. And that's because the source has gone through 7 rejoinings and the first has gone through 0. We are even more aether dense than our peers because we've absorbed Ardbert, who was our reflection on the first, which makes us 8/14 reforged. 4/7, right? And the reason why that's relevant is because if we go to whatever the Golden City is, and we meet our reflection, do we become more reforged? Is Kryl a similar product? Is Kryl secretly an Ascian who just never got their memory stone and just didn't know, right? Like, this is what I mean by the importance of us setting up Solution 9 or whatever the Golden City is as technologically more advanced starts bringing into question, why are they technologically more advanced? What's going on? The sort of underlying motivations. And that will not only help inform us about what might happen in future narratives, establish the guiding stones for the future, but will also help us understand the writer's sort of intention where we are right now. And ultimately, no, it doesn't matter. Solution 9 could have been Gandalf's farts, or it could have been super technology from an alien planet, right? Like, space is now a real actor. We know there were other planets out there that supported sentient, aether-based life. So all bets are off. But that's a part of the reason why I was so desperately looking to Dawntrail to say, what the heck are we doing with the rest of 14? Is because once you've introduced the infinite vastness of space and the fact that there is definitively other aether life forms out there, what are we doing? Are we doing an alien invasion arc? Do we have to worry about us defending aliens who are significantly more advanced? Like, where is Final Fantasy XIV going? And do we have faith in its writers to go there? Like, you do agree that it is very abrupt and a lot of things feel like a haphazard vehicle to pivot to the story of Solution 9, which is what the MSQ actually cares about. Exactly, right? Because And this is, it's fine to do this, but the reason why I'm so upset is that A Realm Reborn and all of A Realm Reborn to Endwalker was so narratively solid, right? A Realm Reborn was chock-a-block full of shit you and I don't care about. But what it did, by being chock-a-block full of things we didn't care about, was it gave you concrete reference that would answer any possible question that you have. When I have a moment where I'm like, oh, we can reverse the tempering, but why can't we go back and save everybody? They'll tell you. The reason why is because of people like Leviathan's Drowned. The reason why is that there are some people who have tipped too far past the balance that they're no longer tempered, but they are etherically more a primal than they are a person. They give us every single part of A Realm Reborn to Endwalker is tight. And that's what my worry is about Dawntrail, the setup for Dawntrail to the rest of Final Fantasy XIV, is maybe what I have to accept is that it's not going to be narratively tight. Is that there are going to be times where I have a question and I just have to shrug and go, I don't know. And that's the thing that has me frustrated. That's the reason why I'm like, why is any of this happening? Is because the Surrealja thing is like, just accept that it happened. The Zoralja thing, sure, there's stuff that I don't know about in the MSQ, and maybe that'll be super satisfying. The Bakul Jaja thing, similar, right? Like the Bakul Jaja thing once again is going into, like, I saw where they were going, they went there, I feel like they could have done more, but I just have to accept that this is what they do. So, here we are. A lot bigger story implications than you had considered. You really didn't see it as so different from previous iterations. And that's the thing, 1NFK, is it probably isn't. I'm probably wasting my time and yours, the viewers, by doing this. And that's what I think a lot of people are pointing out, and I think quite righteously, is that the amount that I care about the lore is probably more than the writers care about the lore. They probably look at it and they go, it came out 10 years ago, who keeps track? And it's me screaming in the back with a clipboard, whining, going, I'm keeping track! I'm keeping track! So, honestly, most people who aren't keeping track are having a better time, going through MSQ much faster, and are probably having a nicer night's sleep than me. But I'm not going to give up, because this is how I enjoy it. This is how I enjoy any game I go through. Yeah, Aliens, for sure. ARR is tight in retrospect. A lot of the lock-ins happen post that expansion with its questions. Exactly, yeah. MSQ may answer some of these questions. Yeah, exactly. I appreciate you coming in and saying rant, continue rant, Presna. That was not the sentiment throughout all the stream, but I appreciate you being here. But that's going to be it for us, friends. That's it. We've gone an hour over at the end. I appreciate you guys being here. Let's see if we can raid into somebody, hey? Did you miss anything fun? Oh, Presna. Okay. A loose acquaintance of ours, Luna Chifu, is currently streaming Final Fantasy XIV. I'm going to drop you guys over there. Drop him a follow if you feel so inclined. And otherwise, I will catch you guys around. The Heart of Sibik was just we have to accept it for a long time until the Endwalker and Raid series actually had the question answered like 8 years later. Not to rant as stream ends. Hisoka, 1,000,000,000% very valid. And then them tying in the High Seraph Ultima, so good. Unintentionally sparked a bit of a deep dive, but enjoyed hearing me elaborate. I appreciate it, and you guys being here. And catch you around. Bye!